Good morning. Oh God. Display resolution, please. Oh no. Oh, okay. Even though this game was made, I think, in like 2017, we are back in the realm of can't full screen because we only have 1920 by 1080 or full screen options. All right. Okay, hold on. Let's see. There we go. But it's gonna minimize every time I alt tab. We love that for me. We're back in the olden era, which makes sense for a game like this. So welcome everyone to a little game called Astrologaster, which I am going to have such a hard time pronouncing, I will say. Such a hard time. Alright. To the settings menu. Sound and subtitles. This is the extent of the options of the settings menu. About. Astrologaster takes its inspiration from the casebooks of the real-life astrologer Simon Forman. In the decades around 1600, he and his protege Richard Napier produced one of the richest surviving sets of private medical records in history. These records are a unique source for the study of everyday life and the practice of medicine in early modern England. The Casebooks Project, a team of scholars in the University of Cambridge led by Professor Lauren Castle, has transformed this paper archive into a digital archive and acted as historic consultants on the game. The team at Niam Yam was inspired and informed by Forman's casebooks, but the game is not a dramatization of actual cases. Forman's and Napier's casebooks are held in the Bodleian Library in Oxford. They fill 66 calf-bound volumes, page after page written in antiquated and messy handwriting. To see the casebooks and learn more about the astrologers and the history of medicine, visit casebooks.lib.cam.ac.uk. I am not going to do that. But maybe. Alright. In the credits. Oh god, the music, help! And I can't escape. Alright, well, I guess we're doing...
1592, there begins our tale, and all of it is true. Through all of London, bubonic plague did spread, covering folk in weeping sores and leaving thousands dead.
From towns and cities, doctors they did flee, leaving their patients to die in misery.
But one brave doctor stayed when all the cowards fled, might have been because he was too sick to leave his bed.
Forman made a plague cure and used left his house to restore London to health.
Huzzah! 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 Huzzah!
Simon Foreman, he cured us of the plague. His rules
Some details are a little vague, but we know he used astrology and doses of strong water. So what if he be not a proper licensed doctor?
But then the doctors started to come back and saw themselves replaced by a man they called a quack. They said
This man has no medical degree. He treats his patients with bad astrology. So woman
to
bound.
get his license and make the doubters see that he was now the best doctor in the sea.
Whoops. But hey, we got that cute little song, so can we really complain about a happy accident? I should have known that it would take us directly to rolling credits, so. New game.
Long ago in England in 1592, there begins our tale, and all of it is true. Through all of London, bubonic plague did spread, covering folk in weeping sores and leaving thousands dead.
Okay. Oh, okay. So that's how we get to our menu. And this is our letters of recommendation. Drag left to turn page. Ooh, it's like a little pop-up book.
From towns and cities, doctors they did flee, leaving their patients to die in misery.
But one brave doctor stayed when all the cowards fled. Might not have been because he was too sick to leave his bed.
So we're gonna turn down the sound a little bit.
Alas, 'tis my final hour. I will surely die. I am too far gone to recover, and for the plague there is no cure. Unless a cure might be found in the stars.
Choose one zodiac to diagnose the condition. How might I cure the plague? Well, I don't have an option. Should Foreman use this reading? I have the plague, characterized by a loss of appetite, immoderate thirst, and pus-filled swellings behind the ears, in the armpits, and in the groin. These are symptoms of a fever provoked by excess sanguinity in the liver. Jupiter domicile in Sagittarius. This indicates a severe imbalance of the blood humor. Sagittarius, ruler of the liver. Well, if we are symptoms that are provoked by excess blood in the liver, and Sagittarius is the ruler of the liver, then yes. You chose Sagittarius.
Let me see now. According to the stars, the way to cure the plague is to treat the fever it provokes. Oh, can it be true? Might a disease so monstrous as the plague be cured by treating it as if it were an exceeding bad fever? Then I must use powerful herbs to bring the fever to crisis and break it. Let me see now. Angelica and dandelion for heat, borage to provoke sweating, infuse them in wine, strain and distill the mixture to produce a most powerful strong water. Huzzah!
Oh,
I am cured. I shall now go forth with my miraculous strong water to cure all London of the plague.
case summary. Querent, Simon Foreman. Scene 13th of October, 1962 at 4 p.m. How might I be cured of the plague? I judged my plague symptoms as being provoked by a fever. I invented a new kind of strong water to cure it. Letter of recommendation. This querent will return for I will return to myself. See case summary. Okay. I shall cure Londoners of the plague. So wondrous will be my work that plays and songs will be written in my honor.
Foreman made a plague cure and used it on himself.
Hi, Angie.
Then left his house to restore Londoners to health.
Huzzah! 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 Huzzah!
Simon Foreman cured us of the plague. 'Tis through some details
Are a little vague, but we know he used astrology and knows his own strong water. So what if he be not a proper licensed doctor? Here comes a lady queer and a little warily. Her name is Avis Allen. What can her trouble be?
God give you good day, madam. How may I?
You Mr. Foreman? Mr. Simon Foreman, the doctor?
Aye, madam, I am indeed Dr. Simon Foreman. I bid you welcome to my consulting chambers. Mistress...
Allen, Mistress Avis Allen of Lambeth.
pray tell me your age, if you please, madam.
I am 33 years of age.
And how might I do you service this day, Mr. Allen? Pray describe your troubles to me.
Well, the pain started full late last eve upon retiring to bed. Not that I am in the habit of retiring so late, but my husband did desire a special supper of cold meats to celebrate and give thanks in any case, it started in the night and it continued until dawning. That being the pain in my head and the chundering.
A moment whilst I make note of this. Headache and involuntary purging. Is that all?
Aye, that is all. And thinking on it, my complaint to seem most trifling, and you are doubtless busy with important cases. Oh, like the plague! Yea, verily, mayhap I should not have come after all. Good day, Dr. Foreman. I beseech you pardon me, for I have wasted your time.
Prithee, do not go, for I assure you, madam, your case verily is important to me. And 'tis important to you, is it not, Mistress Allen? Else you would not have come this day.
Well, aye.
Let us consult the stars now then, shall we? What is the cause of Mistress Allen's suffering?
Well, what do the stars say? I was up all night with headache and chundering. What caused my suffering? Disturbance of the mind. Ruler of the reproductive system, Scorpio. Mistress Allen's troubles have been provoked by anxious passion associated with her being with child. Headache and, I'm assuming, vomiting in the morning? This suggests a mild imbalance of black bile in the body, cancer ruler of the stomach. Mistress Allen is suffering from evil digestion. So, based on the fact that her husband wanted a special dinner to celebrate something that she didn't foreclose to us, which I don't know why she wouldn't tell us she was pregnant. But she got sick at night too. She said that she got sick at night and it continued into the morning. But why would... I think it might be that she's with child. That's what I'm gonna say. Mistress Allen's troubles have been provoked by anxious passions associated with her being with child. This indicates a disturbance of the mind.
You are with child, Mistress Allen. 'Twas the reason for your celebration last even, methinks.
Aye, but how did you know?
I can see it in my chart, madam. There is a planet aligned with Scorpio at present, Scorpio being the constellation that rules over such matters. Pray tell, how long has it been since your monthly courses?
It has been 14 weeks since my courses, and yesterday I did feel the child quicken. So, indeed, 'twas the cause for our celebration, as you say. For I have been with child before, you see, but 'tis never. And Mr. Allen and I do pray this one will be born alive.
There, dear lady. The presence of the planet Mercury in my chart does suggest you suffer from anxious passions on account of your condition, and given your ill-favoured history, I warrant 'twas the twin burdens of hope and fear that provoked your troubles last even.
Oh, I see.
Pray take this flask of wine, madam. It has been infused with cloves, ginger root, and cinnamon. Drink of it each morning, and you should soon feel much improved.
Verily, I will do as you advise. I thank ye heartily, sir. Fare you well, Dr. Foreman.
Fare you well, Mistress Allen.
Case summary. Corinth Evis Allen, seen 28th November 1592 at 1 p.m. The Corinth did present with symptoms of headache and involuntary upward purging. I judged the Corinth as being with child. Methinks the Corinth is most pleased with me for the reading I gave today. This Corinth will return for another consultation. What a kind man Dr. Foreman is, and so patient with me. How unfortunate that this man is named Thomas Blogg in the age of the plague. Hello, Himiko. How are you today? Welcome, welcome.
Good day, sir. You are Simon Foreman, the physician, are you not? These are your rooms.
Indeed, I am he, and well met, sir. Be it Thomas Blogg I have the honour of welcoming to my humble consulting chambers, the Dean of Rochester Cathedral?
Indeed, 'tis I, Thomas Blogg. Though it is not upon church business that I come to you this day. 'Tis upon a matter of my own that I require counsel. I have lately been offered some very lucrative investment opportunities. And, well, it is said that God speaks to us through the stars, does he not?
Indeed he does. 'Tis well known that astrology is but a conduit for the word of God, as interpreted using scientifical means. And now, these investments of which you speak, pray tell of them, if you please.
2 merchant ships will shortly set sail on very lucrative trading expeditions. I do not possess the coin to invest in both. Hence, I must choose between them. And I must choose very wisely indeed. For sea voyages are most perilous, and if my ship were to founder or be captured by pirates, I would lose my entire investment.
Aye, forsooth, 'twould be most lamentable, to say nothing of the poor souls who might lose their lives.
Who are, naturally, the greater of my concerns.
Aye, naturally. And whither might these ships be bound?
The first is bound for the Spice Islands of the East. 'Tis a voyage to be undertaken by a ship named the Conquering Cherub. The other is the Pride of Yarmouth. She is to bring back sugar from the Americas. Have you now the information you require? Then perchance you may divine for me upon which of these 2 ships our Lord God has bestowed his divine blessing.
Aye, Dean Blagg, we may now consult the stars. Should Thomas Blagg invest in the voyage of the Conquering Cherub, or that of the Pride of Yarmouth?
Okay, so 1, sir, you are not sick. Get out of my office. 2nd, it is funny because this game is based on real, like, history. And I know fuck all about history, being, from America, a country that, doesn't really teach history very well, notoriously. So if I had prior knowledge about history, I might know which one of these 2 vessels did well, but I don't. So, to the stars it is. Should I invest in the Conquering Cherub or the Pride of Yarmouth? Okay. Read the stars by selecting the highlighted section in the sky. The ship's name should evoke a child who is victorious in battle. Mars domicile in Scorpio. They represent victory, house of children, and is a the Conquering Cherub. Okay. Oops. Blogg's investments in a trading voyage will result in a change of fortune for him. House of Journeys. The ship's name should invoke a woman who partakes in a marriage. This represents femininity, House of Marriage. I don't know what Yarmouth is, so I guess we go with the Conquering Cherub because the star sign has... sure. Works for me.
The stars advise you to invest in the ship named the Conquering Cherub.
I see. And why is that?
Well, I have calculated that at this very hour, upon this very day, the planet Mars and the constellation Scorpio do both dwell in that part of the sky we call the House of Children. And, as it happens, Mars is the ruler of Scorpio, hence we may say that Mars is presently exalted.
Mars has been exalted by Scorpio, you say? And what might that mean?
When exalted, Mars represents victory. And so, with victory in the House of Children, we may read this as a victorious child. Ergo, the Conquering Cherub.
Ah, I see. For a cherub is a kind of child, is it not? In sooth, I do find the science of astrology verily fascinating. I thank you, Dr. Foreman. You have been most helpful.
I mean, good luck, dude. If you're choosing your investments based on the star signs, you might as well have just flipped a coin as far as I was concerned, but... Thomas Blogg, 17th December. I'm seeing 1 patient a month, by the way. I must be so broke. 1592, seen at 6 p.m. The querent did wish to know which of 2 trading expeditions would make the better investment. I did advise the querent to invest in the voyage of the Conquering Cherub. Methinks the querent was pleased with me for the reading I gave this day. It was very wise of me to come this day. Only a fool invests his money without first seeking counsel. Why is it only 20? And hers was 50. Can I get 100? Ooh, she's fancy. That is not how a maid is dressed.
Good morrow, sir. Pray tell, are these the consulting chambers of Simon Foreman, Doctor of Astrology and Physic?
Indeed, 'tis I, Dr. Simon Foreman. And your name, madam?
Emma Sharp of Shoreditch, sir. 25 years of age.
Welcome, Miss Sharp. And how may I do you service this day?
Well, 'tis a trifle delicate. A man has asked me to be his wife. A dear, kind man, but I fear you will think me cold, Dr. Foreman.
There, madam, whatever is the matter?
Well, he is exceeding advanced in years. I do worry he may not be long for the world, and if he were to die, I do not think I could bear it. Verily, I would not. Indeed, methinks I would rather not marry him at all. Am I very heartless, Dr. Foreman?
Nay, not in the least, madam. Your fears are most reasonable. A man in the winter of his life is indeed more likely to die. I assure you, madam, 'tis a medical fact. But
Yes,
methinks
the
you
older
wish
you
to
get,
know
the
whether
more
this
likely
man
you
be
are to
afflicted
die.
with a grave health condition, do you not? To wit, any ailment that might soon prove fatal?
Forsooth I do. That is my question precisely. Why, Dr. Foreman, 'tis as if you have a gift for reading minds.
Merely the gift of logical surmise, madam. Let us see whether a judgment of the stars may calm your fears. Does Mr. What was your gentleman's name?
Mr. George Middleton, a wool merchant.
Does Mr. Middleton have any ailments that might hasten his death?
Is she gonna answer me? Does George... Oh, that's what I'm trying to portend. Okay. This suggests a mild enchantment cast by a witch. This suggests a possibility of death. Ruler of the head. Mr. Middleton... Oh, wait. Did I read the other? Has been bewitched. The enchantment may prove fatal. Okay. Mr. Middleton suffers from dropping down of the piss, characterized by involuntary urination, and is exacerbated when combined with his fear of heights. This suggests severe vertigo, a fear of heights. Libra, ruler of the kidneys. Mr. Middleton suffers from a cardiac passion, a condition that may end in death. This represents an imbalance of phlegm. The illness cannot be cured. This suggests a mild imbalance of black bile. Leo, ruler of the heart. Well, how do I know? I'm definitely not gonna go with cursed by a witch, because that'll make me look like an idiot. I mean, he's an old man, so he probably has incontinence. And he could also have a heart condition. She doesn't want to marry him, so... How am I supposed to know? I don't know. I think it really is just guessing, right? So I'm gonna go with Mr. Middleton suffers from a cardiac passion, a condition that may end in death, because she doesn't want to marry him. So let's spare poor Emma.
I am full sorry, madam, but the stars give heavy news. Mr. Middleton suffers from a cardiac passion. Indeed, his heart may stop at any moment. He must avoid anything that might alarm or trouble his vital spirits. One shock could be enough to kill him.
Such as
woe, alas, poor Mr.
declining
Middleton.
a marriage
Thank
proposal.
you for your kind understanding, Dr. Foreman, and for your discretion in this matter. I will at once to my family go and beseech them not to make me accept Mr. Middleton's proposal. God give you good day, Dr. Foreman.
Also, hold on one sec. First, I'm going to turn off capturing the cursor, and then I'm also going to rename this to game. That's just some behind the scenes things you guys don't know about. Alright. Emma Sharp, 14th September. Oh my god, I haven't seen a patient in 9 months. 1593, seen at 9 a.m. The court did wish to know whether a man she wishes to marry does suffer from any grave health conditions. I did advise the court that Mr. Middleton suffers from a cardiac passion, that he could die at any moment. Methinks the court was pleased with me for the readings I gave this day. They will return. Who was the handsome manservant I passed at the door? Mayhaps one day I shall have a servant that cuts so fine a figure. Well, are you a maid, or are you someone that needs a servant? Game. Beware. Is the man treating you a qualified licensed doctor? London has lately been importuned by low-born charlatans claiming the title of doctor. These men have never attended university and therefore cannot be trusted. Any man found to be practicing medicine without a medical license shall be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Dr. Richard Smith, President, College of Physicians. Uh-oh. We're gonna have to need to get a degree.
Murdering would those doctors come. Murdering those doctors come. Murdering one fine day. Those doctors would they slave. Those doctors will they slave for man. Will they send him to jail? They send him to jail.
What is the meaning of this warning being put about by the College of Physicians? Do they mean to do me harm? It is true that I do not have a medical license. What am I to do? Mayhap the stars will advise me.
Mayhaps the stars should advise you that you need to go to school or go to prison. The College of Physicians has dark intentions towards me. What should I do? The authority of the licensed doctors of London hold is primarily owing to their wealth and privilege. There is much that they do not know about psychic. This represents ignorance. The College of Physicians is making war against me. If I am to become the best doctor in London, I must find a way to end this war. The Church of England can help me. For the Archbishop of Canterbury has a special power to grant medical licenses. Okay. I must use my brilliant mind to forgo strong relationships with my querents. The solution involves being sensitive to the needs of my querents. Huh? Well, that's not a solution, so this one actually did offer a solution, so we're gonna go with this one.
I see. These doctors have waged war against me, and the only way to stop them is to obtain a medical license. And in the House of Religion... Ah, yes, a reminder that the Archbishop has the power to grant such licenses. Mayhap I will one day find a way to petition him for one. In the meantime, I must serve my querents well, for if I do, they will doubtless favour me with letters of recommendation I can use to petition the University of Cambridge to grant me a licence.
I love how I put myself in my case summary. I did wish to know how to protect myself from the dark intentions of the College of Physicians. The stars did advise me to petition the Archbishop of Canterbury for a medical license. I may also receive one if my querents, whom I must serve well, give me letters of recommendation. With such letters, I may convince the University of Cambridge to grant me a license. I wonder how I might contrive to make the acquaintances of the Archbishop. I love this character, but he sounds like the nerd emoji. I mean, he is kind of a nerd. Hello, Runic. Welcome, welcome.
Who's this man at the door who we've not seen before? Who's this man at the door who we've not seen before? Who is come to inquire dressed in so strange attire? Tis Signor Ferraro.
Good day to you, sir. Oh, I see you're having some difficulties. William, fetch my guest a chair.
No, it's good. I am just a little stiff.
As you wish. Mr.
Signor Riccardo Ferraro. I am a gentleman of Venezia, come to make a trade in London.
Venice? 'Tis a fine city, I hear. And how may I do you service this day, Signor Ferraro?
I am come with una problema medicale, and you are most great dottore who does cure all London, eh? You cure Ferraro too, see?
Forsooth, I will seek to do so, Signor. Pray, describe your complaints, if you please.
Is burning when I make the water.
Pain during urination?
See, and is pain down here. Molto pain.
And pain in the lower back. Now, let us see what the stars can tell us. What ails Signor Riccardo Ferraro?
What's the, super common STD in, olden times that killed a lot of people? I can't remember. I don't think it's chlamydia. I think it's the other one that I'm totally blanking on. I feel like it starts with an S, but I can't remember. Syphilis! Yes, syphilis. If you probably have syphilis. I have pain during urination and in my lower back. What ails me? No. You were right on. I was thinking of syphilis. Because syphilis was a rampant STD that killed people back in the day. This represents an imbalance of yellow bile in the body. Ruler of the feet. Signor Ferraro suffers from the gout, which is caused by hot, dry humor seeping into the joints of the foot. Probably not. Suffers from stones and... Oh, it could be kidney stones. The disease can occasion loss of appetite, severe pain in the kidney area, vomiting, and difficulty passing urine. Imbalance of phlegm in the body. Has dysentery, characterized by pain in the bowels, faintness, and oily stools, which he... Okay, so it's probably kidney stones, not not syphilis. And apparently Libra is ruler of the kidneys.
'Tis a case of stones in the kidney, I regret to say. But worry not, Signor. I will give you an ounce of my strong water to dislodge them. Drink this entire flask when you rise at dawn tomorrow. You may then expect to evacuate the stones by way of your privy member within just a few hours.
Ah, your famous strong water. This water is said to cure the plague, eh? I thank you, Signor Foreman. And now Riccardo Ferraro bids you good day.
I remember I brought up a disease before and I got an STD confused with a sinus condition. All these medical jargon words. The Riccardo Ferraro, 27th December 1593. The coroner did present with The coroner did present with pain in the lower back and during urination. I did diagnose stones in the kidney and prescribed a flask of my strong water. Methinks the coroner was a little pleased with me for the reading I gave this day. Interesting. He seems to exhibit at least a semblance of competence.
'Tis sure she's no beauty, 'tis true she lacks finesse, but every awkward hero needs his awkward princess.
Rude. Poor Avis.
Ah, well met, Mistress Allen. Pray tell, the last time I saw you, you were with child, methinks. Pray tell, how fares...
I would rather not talk about that, if you please.
Oh, I see. I am full sorry, madam.
I'm come upon... The matter that brings...
Pardon, madam. I prithee, madam, say on.
I'm come about the new law. I know not what to do, and I would have counsel.
You are in trouble with the law, madam?
Nay, at least not yet, but my neighbours have begun to remark unkindly upon my absences, my Sunday absences from church. I am afeard one of them may soon denounce me.
Ah, 'tis the act against recusants you speak of. The law that obliges Catholics to attend church and take the English sacrament. You are of the Catholic faith, then, I take it?
I, a Catholic, but as well a law-abiding woman and a full loyal subject of the Queen. Long may she reign.
I do not doubt it, madam.
But to take the Protestant sacrament, 'tis heresy, so says the Pope in Rome. I risk being damned to hell if I do it, Dr. Foreman. Verily, I find myself in a most terrible bind.
I see. Damned if you do, yet condemned if you do not. A cruel bind indeed. Well, let us see if the stars may untangle it for us. Should Mistress Avis Allen attend Protestant church services?
No. I am Catholic. Should I obey the law and attend Protestant church services? Oh, okay. So she is Catholic. Some have the wrong impression of the Allens' wealth and are envious. This indicates jealousy. This suggests confusion. Mistress Allen's problem is her female neighbors. This represents women. Okay. So the neighbors are jealous women that are jealous of her wealth, and that's why they're going after her. Or Avis must remain strong in her Catholic faith, for when the Queen dies, her successor may revert England back to Catholicism, which they did, I'm pretty sure. This advises strength. This represents a surprising political event. This represents death. There may be a creative solution for appeasing the Pope in Rome while also honoring England's Protestant legacy. This suggests creativity. This represents foreigners. Mistress Allen risks getting in trouble with the law and being punished by the authorities. It is Mistress Allen's duty to cooperate. Well, which one is it? She was saying that she had issues with her neighbors, that she fears they're gonna turn her in. So what I'm seeing from this one is the idea is if she continues to go to or doesn't go to church, she's gonna get in trouble with the law, but the Queen will die and will return England to Catholicism, and she'll probably be like exonerated for it. Which one? I mean, I guess we go with B, right? I mean, B's gonna get her in trouble, but I guess she's not gonna know that. I'm gonna go with B because that's my gut feeling.
I fear the stars confirm your fears. You must attend church every Sunday, lest you risk being prosecuted for being a recusant.
Oh, but not what of my soul, Dr. Foreman.
Methinks I have a solution for that, madam. If you were to cross your fingers behind your back during the service, any Protestant oath you swear would not count. Of course, you must be sure to stand at the back of the church while doing so that only God may see, and no one else.
Forsooth, what an ingenious notion! Oh, Dr. Foreman, you have saved me. You are so wise, sir. 'Tis so. Verily, 'tis most admirable.
But, dear lady, 'tis you who is to be admired. The strength of resolve, your devotion to your faith, and your... Madam, would you care to see my collection of Venetian glassware?
I think I would. Indeed, I would like that very well.
She's married. Coitus post consultatio. Gasp. That was the name of the achievement. The court did wish to know whether she should comply with the law and attend Protestant church services, thereby betraying her Catholic faith. I did advise the Corin to attend church, but to cross her fingers behind her back during the service. Methinks the Corin is most pleased with me for the reading I gave today. Coitus post consultatio. She's married. God mend me, what have I done? If only I knew of a Jesuit priest I might confess my sins to. Yeah, you're Catholic, alright.
Here comes a beauty dark as night. Her hair does shine, her eyes are bright. A damsel formed for man's delight.
Oh, she's quite a lady. Oh, she is quite a lady.
New goal, sleep with all of my female patients.
Good day to you, sir. I am Amelia Bassano of Bishopsgate, here for my consultation.
Welcome, Mistress Bassano. Bassano, 'tis an Italian name, is it not?
Aye, it is, sir. Though I was born in London, my family are from Venice. They did come to London to gain employment as musicians at the royal court.
Ah, I know one of your countrymen, Riccardo Ferraro, another one of my querents. Mayhap you know him? He hails from Venice, too.
No, sir, I do not know him. Venice is a large city, and as such 'tis home to many thousands of men. And as I did mention, I was born in London.
Aye, of course. Mayhap we turn our thoughts to what brings you hither this day. Have you a question for me?
Aye, sir, I wish to know what afflicts me, for my belly does begin to swell, and lately I oft find myself chundering after meals.
Swollen abdomen and involuntary upward purging. Well, now, let us consult the stars to judge the cause of these troubles. What is ailing Mistress Amelia Bassano?
Are you pregnant too? The Corin is suffering from liverworm. This represents an imbalance of phlegm in the body. The Corin is with child. The moon falling in Scorpio. This suggests the illness will not last long. The Corin is afflicted with a crick in the knees caused by the pressure of excessive weight gain. We're not going to call her fat. This suggests the illness is chronic. I mean, she gets sick after eating. So my options are either she's pregnant or she's getting fat. That's kind of rude. Little rude there, sir. I'm gonna go with pregnant instead of fat. All of my female patients are pregnant.
I neglected to ask. Is there a Mr. Bassano?
Aye, my father still lives.
I mean to say, are you yet married, Mistress Bassano? I presume you are, for the stars indicate that you are with child. Wondrous news indeed.
Ah, I see.
Of course, it is natural for a young lady to be a trifle anxious when she's expecting her first child. And I see you are anxious, are you not?
Aye, Mr. Foreman, I own that I am.
Well, doubtless you are anxious owing to the unpredictable nature of your condition. For instance, sometimes the child might emerge from its mother's womb early, weeks or even months earlier than anticipated. This possibility is a medical fact, and one that should be explained to any husband you may... Do you see what I'm saying, Mistress Bassano?
Nay, not in the least, sir.
Ah, some of my maiden querents, I assume you are still unmarried and therefore a maiden, when they find themselves inexplicably with child, they oft do not remain unmarried for long. I advise you to discuss this with your family without delay, Mistress Bassano. Doubtless they will be keen to make the arrangements for you.
I see. Yes, of course. I must lose no time in finding a husband. I thank ye, Dr. Foreman. Good day.
Oh, she does not sound happy. The coroner did present with a swollen abdomen and involuntary upward purging. I did judge the coroner as being a child. He thinks the coroner was pleased with me for the reading I gave this day. Doubtless cousin Alfonso will consent to marry me, especially if Lord Hudson settles money on me for the child. Okay.
Mary Payne is frightened when she spies a looking glass, for 'tis a portal out through whence the gates of hell do blast. A deadly and foul wind that comes direct from Satan's power. La, 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 la.
I'm sorry?
Blessed morrow to you, Dr. Foreman. I am Mary Payne of 4th Street in Lambeth. I'm come to seek your counsel about my neighbours.
Good morrow, Mistress Payne, and well met. What trouble do your neighbours give you? They play their lutes into the night, perchance? Mayhap a neighbour has cast a malignant spell upon your cabbages.
Why, sir, 'tis no trifling matter. Indeed, 'tis a matter of grave importance. Doubtless you do know we have a Catholic living on 4th Street, a woman by the name of Avis Allen.
Ah, yes. I did hear tell that Mistress Allen subscribes to the Romish faith. But 'tis no crime to be a Catholic, is it, madam? At least, not at present.
Aye, but harbouring a Jesuit priest is, Dr. Foreman. These evenings past, I have spied a man sneaking in and out of the Allens' house. 'Tis my reckoning the man is a priest who is going hither and thither all over Lambeth to perform the Catholic Mass and take confessions. Doubtless Mr. Allen is hiding him in one of those little cupboards.
You mean to say you think Mr. Allen has installed a priest hole in his house? A secret room hidden behind the wood panelling of a wall?
Indeed I do. I am certain that he has such a hole, and that a priest is going in and out of Mr. Allen's hole from dusk till dawn.
Very? How troubling. But surely you are mistaken, madam, for under the cover of darkness, how can you be sure the man you did spy was not Mr. Allen himself?
Nay, 'twas not Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen is a fine, tall figure of a man, whereas the figure I did spy was very narrow and malformed in appearance. A scrawny little imp of a man he was.
I see.
Now, you must not think me intolerant, Dr. Foreman. If Mistress Allen must cling to her idolatrous backward beliefs, 'tis her own affair, and I have no wish to cause trouble for the Allens. And 'tis true that Mistress Allen does now attend church on Sundays and takes the English sacrament just as she ought to. But we residents of 4th Street are decent English folk. We will not abide an agent of Rome sneaking around our neighbourhood, muttering incantations in some devilish foreign tongue.
I think you mean Latin, madam.
But before I act upon my suspicions, I think it wise to know if there be any truth in them.
Then let us see what the stars can tell us. Who is this mysterious stranger, and why does he frequent the Allen's house late at night?
Okay, so I have a theory. Also, thank you so much for following, Runic. And hi, Kit. So she was saying that the guy was tall and scrawny. I think it's actually our doctor sneaking into the house to fuck around with the wife. Because he's like, this guy was tall and scrawny. He was an imp of a man. And he's like, excuse you? Well, we know why. The man Mistress Payne saw harbors cruel intentions towards the Allens' household goods and possessions. Mistress Payne will die suddenly, mayhaps before the end of this consultation. Narrow and malformed, a scrawny imp of a man. He is talking about him. I'm gonna go with that one, but we'll read the other ones too. This speaks of a relationship with an untrustworthy foreigner. As foreigners are untrustworthy by nature, this element may be of no particular significance. Mistress Allen's maternal instincts have been thwarted by her inability to bear a child, but she stubbornly persists in trying to reverse her infertility. Oh. Hi, Petro. Oh. The stars speak of an educated man who adorns himself in fine clothes. The man Mistress Payne saw is a public enemy who engages in idolatrous worship of the Virgin Mary. In other words, he is a Jesuit priest. I'm gonna go with A because that is just so funny because it actually is. And he's like, excuse me, narrow and malformed.
The man you saw prowling around the Allen's house is no priest. He is a thief, come at night to steal silver plate and candlesticks.
'Tis a mere robber I saw. On my honour, that is well to hear. Still, something must be done about it. I will rouse the menfolk of Fore Street and have them patrol our street each night until this sneak thief is apprehended.
Ah, is that truly necessary, madam? Be there not more...
Pleasant day, Dr. Foreman.
I didn't kill her. The court did wish to know whether her neighbors, the Allens, are illegally hiding a Jesuit priest. I did tell the court that the man she took for a priest is a burglar. What a fine-looking youth Foreman's manservant is. Oh, what that I were my niece's age again.
When the querent does rock a continental frock, when the querent does rock a continental frock, when his Italian fair features or facial hair, 'tis Signor Ferraro.
God give you good day, signor. And how may I assist you?
'Tis I, Riccardo Ferraro, come once again to see the great dottore, Simon Foreman.
So I see. What brings you this day?
I bring myself to you, so you treat my illness. 'Tis very grave.
And, what might this illness be? Perchance we might start with your complaints.
First problem is the laughter that cannot be controlled.
Uncontrollable laughter, you say? I see. Anything else?
Next problem, the dancing that cannot be controlled.
Uncontrollable dancing. And yet, you do not appear to be dancing at present.
What can I say? 'Tis uncontrollable dancing. I cannot control when I dance.
Nay, 'tis a fair point.
Doubtless my disease, whatever it may be, is very rare and very difficult to diagnose. But of course, if it be beyond your medical understanding...
Let me assure you, signor, that whatever is said of us on the continent, the learning of we English doctors is unparalleled. There is no better medical care to be had than in London. Now,
that's what I was thinking,
see whether
Nancy.
The stars may tell us something of your unusual and troubling illness.
I was like, yeah, sounds like you're drinking. Signor Ferraro has been bitten by a tarantula on one of his ankles. Tarantula venom causes the victim to laugh, sing, or dance uncontrollably while also provoking an acute loathing of music. Signor Ferraro is suffering from colic, a disease that occasions abdominal pain, belching, and bloating of the stomach. This illness is chronic. Well, I'm gonna assume he was not bitten by a tarantula, so... There were only 2 options, right? I hope there wasn't another one.
It sounds to me like you're experiencing pain in your stomach.
But how did you know this?
Indeed, methinks you are stricken with a bout of colic. Most doctors do advise upward purging, but I have found the dog cure more efficacious in cases of colic.
The dog cure?
Aye. First you must find a dog lying idle on the ground. On any street in London you will find such a creature. Then you must kick the dog away, lower your breeches, and then make water upon the spot where the dog did lie.
If you say so, Signor Foreman.
If we were not on English soil, of course, I would have said you were bitten by a tarantula. But there be no such spiders in England. Our weather is much too cold for them. Indeed, only an overqualified quack who draws his medical knowledge from books alone would think such a diagnosis appropriate in this case.
Indeed, most ludicrous.
And in truth, the laughing and dancing you are troubled with may doubtless be attributed to your hot-blooded Latin temperament.
Doubtless you speak it true, eh? 'Tis but a symptom of my hot Venetian blood. Riccardo Ferraro bids you good day.
How was I supposed to know he was bit by a tarantula? By what manner of dark magic did he learn of my stomach pain?
Why does this lady feel confined? Mayhap the world is too unkind. Nay, doctor, medicate her mind.
Pray cure this comely lady. Pray cure this
Comely lady.
Good day to you, madam.
Yes. Good day, Mr. Foreman. Pray tell, is your Venetian querent Riccardo Ferraro one of the patients you treat for troubles of the mind? Forsooth, his manner is right strange. I passed him at the door, and when I addressed him in the Italian tongue, he abruptly turned from me and ran away down the street.
Nay, Signor Ferraro has no grave troubles of the mind that I'm aware of. Mayhap he was merely dumbstruck by your beauty, madam.
Dr. Foreman, a man is rarely struck dumb by a woman's beauty. Indeed, 'tis quite the reverse. He is oft rendered all the more loquacious, plaguing her with ill-formed metaphors he believes are compliments, and with hasty declarations and invitations she has neither sought nor invited.
Ah, quite. But let us turn our minds to happier thoughts. I did lately hear of your marriage to your cousin, Mr. Alfonso Lania, for which I must congratulate you. And as I recall, you were with child when I last saw you.
Aye, I was, as you correctly judged.
And your child and husband are both well, I hope?
I would rather not discourse on the subject of my husband, Dr. Foreman.
As it pleases you, madam. What brings you this day?
Lately I have been feeling heavy and lethargic. I do also find it hard to fix my attention upon the book I am reading or upon words I am composing. And yet, although I oft feel right tired, I am having difficulty sleeping.
Ah, well, becoming a mother, beset with all the demands of a suckling babe, can force change upon the normal rhythms of life.
Nay, 'tis not that, for I have employed a wet nurse for the feeding and much of the care of my son. Methinks I must have some kind of disease.
I see. Let us consult the stars to see what afflicts you. What is ailing Mistress Emilia Lania?
I feel heavy and lethargic and I cannot sleep. What ails me? The corn suffers from melancholy, being an excess of black bile. This suggests the illness is curable. This suggests a mild imbalance of the black bile in the body. Okay. The corn suffers from phlegmatism. It is a temperament associated with an excess of phlegm characterized by stoicism and stubbornness. This suggests a psychological factor. This indicates the illness will get worse before it gets better. The corn is troubled with an excessively choleric temperament. It is associated with an excess of yellow bile. Sufferers exhibit an aggressive, opinionated nature. This suggests the illness is chronic. This represents an imbalance of yellow bile in the body. I mean, I kind of want to say that it's melancholy because she's unhappy that she has a child.
Mistress Lania, the stars indicate that your suffering is occasioned by melancholy, or, in other words, black bile.
I see. And what treatment can you give me for it?
Before we speak of treating your condition, madam, I think it wise we determine what has provoked it. You did express a desire not to speak of your husband, and I cannot help but think that such a reluctance reveals where the source of your troubles might lie, to wit, within your marriage. Would I be right in thinking this? I do not wish to cause you distress, madam, but as a doctor, I do feel I must press you in case it is relevant to your troubles.
My marriage is not a happy one, Dr. Foreman. Mr. Lanier and I do not agree on matters of money and strong drink.
I see. And what are your opinions on these subjects?
That he spends all our money on strong drink. He disagrees.
And your husband cannot be brought around to see your point of view, nor you his, I presume. Well, the marital discord provoked by strong differences of opinion can oft engender melancholy in a wife. Until the matter is resolved between you, you may take a syrup of roses and chicory. Drink of it each day, and it will serve to reinvigorate your vital spirits. I will also have my manservant William bleed you of some of that excess bile.
I thank you, Dr. Foreman.
William, come hither and bleed Mistress Lanier.
Phrasing. The coroner did present with symptoms of heaviness, lethargy, troubled sleep, and unnatural pallor. I did advise the coroner that she suffered from melancholy. I had her bled and prescribed a treatment of rose and chicory syrup. Is most pleased with my reading I gave today. Mayhap bleeding with my husband would cure him of his taste of strong drink, very vigorous bleeding. Okay. Sir, I thank you for your recent inquiry with regards to obtaining a license for practice medicine. I note from our records that you terminated your enrollment at our institution some years ago on the grounds of insufficient funds. Whilst we do not ordinarily issue medical licenses to men who have not first completed a medical degree, proof of equivalent professional experience in the form of letters of recommendation may be taken into consideration. A minimum of 8 such letters of recommendation is customarily required. I advise you to write to us again once you have obtained the requisite number of letters. John Cowell, Vice-Chancellor, University of Cambridge.
What is their relation? We are no longer sure. Seems Foreman's now a patient, and Avis is the cure.
Oh, I see.
Ah, my dear Avis, what a pleasure it is to see you. I have oft thought of our last...
I cannot tarry long. My husband will be expecting me home.
Of course. But, dear lady, is something the matter?
Of course. Do not all your querents come with a matter they wish an answer to?
Well, yes.
I wish to ask of the stars whether a man I am close with, a man who is not my husband, whether that man be also close with another woman.
A man you are... I see. Well, if I am to judge the stars for you, I must ask you to be more precise. In what sense do you mean close? The platonic bond of friendship?
Nay, close in the sense of being intimate.
I see. Then 'tis the familial tie of kinship, perchance.
Nay, I mean someone with whom I have shared physical relations.
Verily, madam, if I am to give you an accurate reading, you must state your question clearly.
Methinks you know full well what I ask. I bid you ask the stars whether my lover is, that is to say, be it true that he engages with another woman in acts of strumpy-humpy.
Madam, you astonish me. 'Tis unlike you to speak such indelicate words. Now, if I understand you correctly, you have a lover, and you wish to know whether he has been sharing his tender favours with another woman.
Aye, but did I not verily say so?
And now that we have at last fathomed your question, let us read the stars to fathom an answer. Has Mistress Allen's lover been unfaithful to her?
I don't know, dude, have you? Mistress Allen's mind has been turned by jealousy and confusion. Mistress Allen should be more optimistic about her romance with this man. This consultation will provoke unexpected intimacies between me and Avis. Mistress Allen's lover is seeing a woman who is willing and able to marry him. He wishes to continue his family line. Mistress Allen no longer pleases her lover. The spark has been lost. Mistress Allen's lover wishes to father a child. Everything's fine, bitch. Like, just ask.
stars are most clear, madam, your lover has not been coupling with another woman.
He has not.
Forsooth, the stars say that your mind has been turned by jealousy and confusion. Now, if there is nothing further, madam...
Oh, how relieved I am to hear you say this. Oh, Simon, what a fool I have been not to trust you.
But you... this lover... 'twas me all along? You were not speaking of some other man?
I beseech you, pardon me, Simon. I had to know the truth from the stars, for I did hear tell of other women.
But how could you not see? No other woman is to me so dear, and verily is it not clear to you that I...
Do you verily, Simon?
Oh, my dear, sweet Avis.
The court did wish to know whether her lover is engaging in intimacies with another woman. I did advise the querent that her lover remained loyal to her. The querent revealed that I was the lover she was referring to. This caused confusion, though it was quickly resolved. Methinks the querent is most pleased with me for the reading I gave this day. Coitus post consult... Wow. Consultatio? Consultatio. Yes. That word that I can definitely read. Woohoo! I got a letter of recommendation! Verily, it was very wrong of me to doubt him so.
Cyril Fortescue always has what's new. Far ahead of friends of our friends. She oft gets her hands on goods from foreign lands. That Captain Fortescue sends.
Good morrow, madam. I humbly welcome you to my consulting chambers, and thank you for choosing my practice. Mistress...
Fortescue. Mistress Sybil Fortescue.
Well then, Mistress
You're a
Fortescue,
monkey.
what may I assist you with this day?
I come upon a most troubling matter, sir. I know not whether it is a medical matter or something else.
I see. Pray describe your trouble to me, madam.
Well, I suppose it all began with a dinner I hosted at my house last even. Mayhap you have heard of my dinners, Dr. Foreman. They are much talked about. Though I fear last evening's dinner will be talked about for all the wrong reasons.
Talked about, you say?
Yes, indeed, invitations to my dinners are much sought after, for I host the most desirable of guests, lords, bishops, poets, explorers, painters, and the like. Why, last eve I hosted the famous Robert Lord Devereux, the playwright William Shakespeare, and the Bishop of London and his wife. As well as fascinating conversation, at my table I serve the very latest and most original dishes. Last even, I served an exotic green vegetable called a portato. So crisp and refreshing. My dear husband sent them home to me from the New World. Doubtless you have heard of my husband, Captain Fortescue. He is a great friend of Sir Walter Raleigh.
I see. Your dinners do sound most excellent, Mistress Fortescue. But what occurred at last eve's dinner that has you so distressed?
Well, in truth, 'twas after dinner. We all felt a strong desire to take some air, and so we left the table to take a turn in some pleasure gardens nearby. But then, as we were walking along the path, right in the middle of the gardens, in full public view...
Pray do not distress yourself, madam. Prithee, take your time.
My guests and I were, all of a sudden, stricken with pain. We began chundering and voiding from our... But there was nowhere to turn, you see. There were no bushes close by to shield our modesty. 'Twas unspeakable.
A moment, madam, as I note this down. Abdominal pain and simultaneous upward and downward purging of a most sudden and violent nature. Now, let us see how these stars explain this most distressing and unsavoury event. What troubled Mistress Sybil Fortescue and her guests last eve?
I'm assuming food poisoning of some kind? And her guests are troubled with evil digestion. This suggests the illness is temporary. Sybil Fortescue has taken a chilly cold. This suggests a severe imbalance of phlegm in the body. Mistress Fortescue is troubled with wandering hands. This suggests the illness is chronic. This suggests neuroses. Yeah, we're gonna go with it was food poisoning.
Madam, I think you said the New World vegetables you dined upon were green in colour, did you not? And you described them as crisp and refreshing, I think. I take it then that you served them to your guests green and raw?
Yes, indeed. Most of the potatoes my husband sent me were full, dull, and unhealthsome in appearance. Hence I served only the green ones. I had my cook cut them in such a way as to resemble roses. 'Tis the way I oft serve my apples.
Ah, then your trouble was a severe case of evil digestion. I have read that these vegetables can be noxious if they turn green.
Oh, my days! Do you mean I poisoned my guests?
In a manner of speaking, aye. But worry not, madam, for the suffering was but temporary. Indeed, it does sound as if the bodies of your guests were most comprehensively purged of the poison. However, in future be sure to cook the, potatoes until they are soft, and pray do not eat the ones that have turned green.
As God shall mend me! What a shameful affair this has been! I shall go home and, well, I shall write to my husband and ask that he includes cooking instructions with the next gift of food that he sends me. I thank ye and bid ye good day, Dr. Foreman.
Indeed, good day, madam. This quarant present with symptoms of both upward and downward involuntary purging, abdominal pain, and fever. I did diagnose evil digestion provoked by the consumption of raw green potatoes. Methinks the quarant is most pleased with me for the reading I gave today. What a fine-looking young man Dr. Foreman has for a manservant. Man, everybody loves William.
Here comes a literary mind, one such as we do rarely find. Just needs a man to be behind, for she's but a lady.
Good evening, Miss Lanier. What brings you?
I am come about my future, Dr. Foreman. I wish to know whether I will find success as a writer of poems and plays. You can predict futures, can you not?
You, madam? A writer of poems and of plays? Forsooth, how verily remarkable.
Well, 'tis true most of us Bassanos and Laniers are musicians, but I have chosen a different path. I've lately begun a collaboration with a poet and playwright. Let us call him Mr. S. He is presently writing a play that takes place in northern Italy, and as I am of Italian heritage, he has asked me to help him write it.
How interesting. And does this collaboration betwixt you go well?
Right well, or so methinks. Indeed, Mr. S. did suggest that I am full talented as a writer. Be not afraid of greatness, he told me. For once our play opens upon the London stage, our success will follow, as night follows day.
I see. Then what would you have me ask the stars, madam?
Well, I've noted that Mr. S., although a brilliant man, is oft prone to exaggerated melodrama and implausible plot resolutions. I wish to know whether this story of his, of our future success, is true.
Very wise of you, madam. Then let us see whether your success or failure is writ in the stars. Will Mistress Amelia Lanier find fame and fortune as a writer?
If Mistress Lanier maintains optimism, her ambitions will be realized. Not only will she be successful, her work will lead to transformative and surprising political changes. Mistress Lanier and her writing partner work well together. The stars urge Mrs. Lanier to be more sensitive to the needs of her child. Fuck the child. Work with Shakespeare, girl. This house warns of a legacy marred by deceit and jealousy. This speaks of Mistress S indulging in creative theft. Oh. This is where I need Gull to help me. Gull, you know about like Shakespeare and stuff. Was he notorious for stealing other people's ideas? I don't even know if she's around right now. Boop. What is this? I'm booping her. Let me know when you can hear me. I have to ask you a question. Boop, boop, boop. The Google say there may be evidences of some thefts. Girl, protect yourself. Of the plot of Celine? Never heard of that one. But I have no idea what that is. Me neither. Gull, tell me when you can hear me. Although, obviously, you can't hear me, so... Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Okay, so we're playing our game, basically there's a woman named Amelia, who is going to start working with Shakespeare and wants basically her fortune read. And our two options are to tell her to be optimistic and working with Shakespeare will take her far, or that Shakespeare is deceitful and jealous and will steal her creativity, and basically will thieve her writing. Was there any, historical backing for Shakespeare being a, stealing other people's ideas when he collaborated with people? Some people theorize that he was not a real person, but was a persona by other writers. Okay. So it is possible that that is what they are going for. Well, they're indicating that he's real because this woman is saying that basically her family are musicians, but she wants to write plays. That's okay. You don't have to apologize. And she's basically wants to know if working with him will be good. So the game is implying that he's real. And basically, I can either warn her that he's gonna steal her creative licenses and her creative ideas and make himself super famous, which I guess is kind of what happened. He's super well known. Or I can tell her to be optimistic about the partnership because, that would also make sense because, again, he was super famous. But I was just wondering because this game is kind of surrounded by historical accuracies. So I was just wondering, since you know so much about Shakespeare and historical literature, if there was any backing behind the theory that he stole creative ideas. You don't what? Recall in Amelia, but his wife was named Anne Hathaway. Yeah. Her name is Amelia Lanier is her name.
It would seem Mr. S.'s confidence is not misplaced, for the stars foretell that if you have faith in your success, you will succeed. And your contribution to the world will reach beyond literature to be of great benefit to society.
So, in order to succeed, I must hold fast to a belief that I will succeed.
Just so, madam.
But what you are asking of me is right illogical, Dr. Foreman. Indeed, 'tis an impossibility. How can I maintain a belief that my success is inevitable when you have just informed me that my success is conditional and contingent? As Aristotle teaches us
Mistress Lanier, mayhap I have confounded you with the nuances of my astrological reading. All you need know is that the achievement of your goals is very likely. Indeed, 'tis indicated that your collaboration with Mr. S. will be a fruitful one. Prithee, madam, look not for bad news among the good.
Aye, mayhap 'tis best I not overthink it, as you say. I thank ye, sir. Good even, Dr. Foreman.
The Court did wish to know whether her activities as a writer would bring her success. I did advise the Court that her collaboration with Mr. S. was fruitful and would bring her success. Methinks the Court was a little pleased with me for the reading I gave this day. If only I could forget what he said about my success being conditional. Bye. How would Euclid have solved this conundrum?
Mistress Davis Allen, the love of Foreman's life, how futile 'tis to fall for another man's wife.
Good day to you, sir.
Good day to you, madam. What service may I perform for you this day?
For me? None. None at all.
Verily. Then I cannot fathom why you...
'Twas my husband who bade me come, for he finds it difficult to speak of... As I say, he had me come in his stead, and I could think of no reason to give him for why I should not come.
I see. Then what is troubling your husband? Madam, I cannot treat a querent without knowing first what his troubles are.
He is unable to perform his marital duties.
I see. And whatever does that mean? Your husband forgets to put out the night soil? Some broken shelving he's neglected to fix? Prithee, madam, I bid you be more precise.
Oh, you know perfectly well what I mean, Simon. I bid you not drag this out any longer. Pray read the stars and let us get this over with.
As you wish, madam. Now, let us see. What ails Mr. Allen so as to render him unable to perform his marital obligations towards Mistress Allen?
My husband is unable to rise to the occasion when performing his marital duties. What ails him? Mistress Allen suffers from a loss of carnal lust. This suggests a deficiency of blood. The illness will get worse before it gets better. This suggests a mild enchantment cast by a witch. Mistress Mr. Allen suffers from cold in the heart. This suggests the illness will be long-lasting. This suggests a disturbance of the mind. This suggests a mild imbalance of black bile in the body. Mr. Allen suffers from a crick in the back. It is caused from pain in the hips and making it difficult to perform his duties around the house. This suggests that the illness is temporary. They're falling out of love. And this would indicate that you would be with me instead, and that is what we want. I am a doctor.
Mr. Allen is afflicted with a cold in the heart, caused by an imbalance of black bile. The treatment for this is quite simple. You have merely to add boiled snake to your husband's diet.
Oh, that is... 'Tis your full judgment on the matter, then?
Yes, he is to eat boiled snake flesh. Be sure to gut the snake first, however.
Then I will pass these instructions on to my cook. Well, I'd best be going now.
Nay, prithee, bide a moment, if you will. The snake flesh cure, 'tis often effective, in truth. 'Tis also my judgment, as a physician, that for a wife to be so neglected, 'tis most unhealthsome. And so...
Oh, Simon.
Oh, Avis.
The querent did come on behalf of her husband, who it would appear does suffer from dysfunction of the privy member. I judge Mr. Allen as suffering from a cold heart due to chronic imbalance of black bile and prescribe the consumption of boiled snake. Methinks the querent is most pleased with me for the reading I gave today. Coitus post consultatio. I can't say that word. Consultatio. The Astrolagaster. I shall say 100 Hail Marys before bed this evening. 200. Okay.
What? Doctors against him do make war. Doctors against him do make war. He makes love without a care. 'Tis true, Avis is not his, my lord. But in love and war is fair. But in love and war is fair.
Last even, 'twas like a dream. Never in my life have I felt so. Oh, my sweet Avis, 'tis true you are married, but surely a love as great as ours can transcend such earthly impediments. Dare I hope for... Nay, 'tis most unlikely. Or is it? Forsooth, there be no harm in asking the stars. Might Avis Allen one day be mine?
Yeah, sure, if you murder her husband. Even Avis Allen's loyalties lie with her family. I may be optimistic, for Mr. Allen will suffer ill luck and die. Avis will then be free to marry me. Avis's has betrayed her marriage vows. The damage this has wrought upon her marriage cannot be undone, and her past cannot be erased. I am not seeing things clearly. If I knew the truth about our relationship, I would presently be seething with jealousy. Avis is cunningly hiding a secret from me. Well, we're just gonna let the stars believe that he's gonna die soon and we'll be together.
It says, Avis is one day to be widowed, which will, of course, be very tragical. But after the grieving is done, we will marry. She will be Mistress Foreman. Mistress Avis Foreman.
Will Avis and I ever be wed? I judge that Mr. Allen would one day die, leaving Avis Allen free to marry me. I wonder how Avis will wish to furnish my home. Doubtless she will require the purchase of many cushions.
Lest his wife does him an
Good day, Dean Blogg. Fare you well?
Most well indeed, and I will tell you why. The conquering cherub has lately returned home to England.
Ah, this being the voyage you did invest in.
Aye, and what a sound investment it was, for it has paid off most handsomely. The cherub's cargo of nutmeg and pepper will fetch a high price indeed. In sooth, as I recall, it was you who advised me on this investment, was it not? I thank ye heartily for it, sir.
I am glad to have been of service, Dean Blogg.
Forsooth, my earnings have enabled me to make a substantial investment in Sir Walter Raleigh's expedition to the New World.
Ah,
yeah, I know that guy.
I've heard of this. 'Tis a quest to find the fabled lost city of gold, is it not? Or as the Spanish call it, El Dorado?
The very same. For it is said that El Dorado does lie deep within the rainforests of the southern parts of the New World, hiding vast quantities of gold and precious jewels. Hence, what I would have you tell me is, exactly how rich can I expect to be made from my investment?
I see.
For if I am to be made very rich, I am afeard that news of my fabulous wealth may cause some jealousy among the clergy. News travels fast around the diocese, and I think it wise to get ahead of it if I can.
Then let us consult the stars. What will become of Thomas Blogg's investment in Sir Walter Raleigh's quest to find El Dorado?
The funny thing about this is that when I ran a D&D campaign, I actually used El Dorado as a set dressing for a quest. So I actually know how this turned out, and spoiler, it didn't turn out very well. Blogg's finances will bring him unhappiness. Blogg's business partners will be met with violence. The expedition will encounter foreigners who are stubborn, confident, and led by instinct. There is a cause for pessimism and a surprising reversal to save the lives of children. Blogg will be able to leave his children a legacy of fine things. God rewards exploration. Well, I know that it doesn't turn out well, so...
I have ill tidings for you, Dean Blogg. Raleigh and his men have been set upon by a tribe of angry New World natives.
Angry natives? But surely the natives would greet us with much rejoicing. For do we not bring with us the gift of civilization?
You bring the
Would
gift
they not
of
crave
disease.
freedom from their tyrannical chieftains and cruel pagan gods?
Well, it would seem these particular natives cannot be reasoned with, as they are led by instinct alone, and they will fight to the last man, as it is not in their nature to surrender with honor, as Christian men would.
Truly? But...
Alas, I am afeard that Raleigh shall be forced to abandon his search for El Dorado, and your investment will come to naught.
I must own, sir, that I cannot share your uncharitable view of these savages. They may be heathens, but are they not still God's children? I will now take my leave, that you may engage in quiet reflection upon the spiritual dimensions of this question.
I mean, you're going to be happy when I am right, but, you know. Also, it was not foreigners. Well, I mean, I guess it technically was foreigners, but this, like, kind of implies that it was Native Americans that killed Raleigh. It wasn't. It was, he attacked a Spanish ship, and then they killed him for that. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Oh. I mean, I'm right, so... Mayhaps I invest in tulip bulbs. I hear young merchants say such bulbs will one day replace silver as the new coin.
When the symptoms are rare and the questions are quitted,
The symptoms are rare and the questions are quick.
the melodies are strange and ease is
Good morrow, sir, and well met.
Indeed, 'tis I, Riccardo Ferraro, come once again to the great Dottore Simon Foreman.
Aye, and I can see why you are come. Methinks you are not well, signor. The colour of your face is quite alarming.
It is because I am losing the blood. The blood does drain away from my face, way down my body, and out of my...
You are bleeding from your fundament. How much have you been bleeding, and for how long?
Un poco, not too much. It does come and go. Sometimes blood, sometimes no blood. You stop the blood, see?
Mayhap I will, but first I must consult the stars to find a diagnosis. What ails Signor Riccardo Ferraro?
I mean, apparently he was bit by a tarantula. Has hemorrhoids, which are swelling in the anus and rectum. Blind hemorrhoids cause pain, whereas open hemorrhoids are apt to bleed. From jaundice, a block of Signor Ferraro's neck has caused color to pool in his head, turning his face yellow. Sure. We'll go with hemorrhoids.
There is nothing here to worry about, Signor Ferraro. Your body is merely purging itself of corrupted blood, in a similar manner to that which does occur in a woman's nethers each month. To wit, 'tis most healthsome and natural.
Are you sure? Are you sure that is your final answer?
Indeed it is. I do assure you, Signor, 'tis the very latest medical thinking on the subject of hemorrhoids. You are welcome to procure a second opinion, but I warrant you will find that most doctors in London will tell you the same.
Then Riccardo Ferraro bids you good day, Signor Foreman.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this guy. I feel like I'm not given enough information. Textbook answer, but it is not hard for a common man to procure a medical book nowadays.
This woman has a gift for words. If only she had riches words, they'd probably be much better words. Though written by a lady.
Did you see that?
See what, madam?
Your querent, Signor Ferraro, scuttling away from me like a frighted rabbit. What have I ever done to upset the man? All I did was wish him buongiorno as I passed him at the door.
Verily, Signor Ferraro's behaviour does sound full strange. But let us not think of him, but of the matter that brings you hither, Mistress Lanier. How do you fare?
I fare most well, in the main. For you spoke true when you said my collaboration with Mr. S would be fruitful. 'Tis going exceeding well. Verily, Dr. Foreman, I would be right content with my lot at present if it were not for the trouble I am come about this day.
Pray, tell me of this trouble, madam.
I am being prowled. Oftentimes in the night I see him following me home. One time methinks I even caught him looking at me through my window. I would have you tell me who this prowling man might be.
A prowler? How very worrisome. Can you describe this man to me?
Nay, for 'tis always at night that I spy him,
Maybe
and I have
go
always
to
been
the
too frightened
police.
for my eyes to linger upon him very long.
Then let us see what light the stars can shed upon the identity of this man who hides himself in darkness. Who is the man prowling Mistress Lanier?
Go to the police. Why are you coming to me with this? I just feel like it wasn't the right answer. Because it probably wasn't. Like, the game doesn't give me much to, like, either I'm doing it wrong or, like, the game just isn't really giving me much on what to do with him. Like, I don't know how I was supposed to know that he's, like, being afflicted by a tarantula. The Prowler is a violent husband. The Prowler hopes for a reversal of the ill luck he has had with Mistress Lanier. He harbors a misguided hope that she will perform her wifely duties and reserve intimate relations with him. But then why is he outside of the window? Is suffering from mental confusion owing to her religious beliefs. She also harbors an unjustified level of mistrust towards prospective romantic partners. The Prowler is a man of authority and a master of wit. Mistress Lanier considers him a friend. The Prowler harbors undeclared feelings for Mistress Lanier. So it's either her husband, she's seeing things, or so it's her husband, she's imagining things, or it's an unrequited lover. We'll go with unrequited lover, I guess.
The stars suggest that your Prowler is a man with a talent for wit, a man who secretly harbors amorous feelings towards you. Does that sound like anyone you know, madam?
Dr. Foreman, I find your question most illogical. I cannot know of a man who harbours secret feelings for me, for indeed, if I were to know of them, the feelings would not be secret.
Yes, well, let me put it another way. Your friend, Mr. S., is the keen-witted man who furtively admires you. He is your Prowler, madam.
Mr. S. is my Prowler, you say? I bid you, sir, check the stars again.
Is it not the most likely explanation, though, madam?
I assure you there is nothing likely about the unique relationship betwixt me and Mr. S. Indeed, he has too much respect for my literary mind to use me so ill. For his is a noble intellect that allows him to soar above the baser instincts of lesser men. Now, if you will not judge the stars again for me, I will bid you good day, Dr. Foreman.
Man, I'm losing it. Dr. Foreman does not understand how unlike we artists are to common folk.
Hear ye, hear ye! Sir Walter Raleigh fails to find legendary Treasure City. Rumours say next Raleigh voyage is to Pot of Gold at End of Rainbow. Hear ye!
Reports have lately come in that Sir Walter Raleigh's expedition to the New World in search of El Dorado has been a colossal cluster fail. Despite Raleigh's assurances to the Queen that he would return with gold raided from the legendary city, it is said that Raleigh's ships bring back naught but potatoes. Experts predict Her Majesty's reaction to be somewhat testy. Yeah, she threw him in jail for a long time.
Here comes Emma, so kindly she,
To the frail and aged she offers
sympathy. What is she for others' hands?
Especially when they're born of wealth.
Here comes
Emma, so kind-hearted is she.
Good day to you, Mistress Sharp.
Good day, Dr. Foreman. But I am Mistress Delamere now.
Mistress Delamere? But as I recall from my case notes... let me see now. 'Twas 3 years past. Aye, were you not hoping to marry a man named George Middleton?
Oh, yes. I did marry Mr. Middleton. For though I did tell my family what you said about his condition of the heart, they quite insisted that I marry him. And truly, they were full wrong to do so, for just as you predicted, Mr. Middleton did verily die of his cardiac passion, mere months after we were wed.
So soon.
Is she killing her husband based on what I
blame the Scotsman
predict?
who took to playing his bagpipes below our bedroom window at odd hours of the day and night. Such a bothersome man. Betwixt him and the vipers Mr. Middleton discovered one morning nesting in his undergarments, I fear 'twas all too much for his poor, weak heart. Oh.
There, my dear lady. How distressing your late husband's death must have been for you.
I indeed, Dr. Foreman, so much so that my friends urged me to marry again, lest I die of grief. But now that I am once more a wife, I would not wish to be widowed anew, and John Delamere, my present husband, is also an older man. Dr. Foreman, you must tell me whether there be any illness he has, whether there be anything I might do to save my dear sweet husband from an early death.
Then let us see what the stars have to say. Is Mr. John Delamere troubled with any condition that may cause him to die?
Is she murdering old guys to get their inheritance based on how I predict their murders are going to be? John Delamere does suffer from cardiac passion. This suggests the condition cannot be cured. John Delamere has been bewitched. This suggests witchcraft and the possibility of death. John Delamere is troubled with quinsy, a condition characterized by soreness in the throat. Oh yeah, sure. Your next husband is also weak of heart because he's old. He's definitely been bewitched. Alright, sure, we'll tell her that he also has a heart problem.
Madam, I am afeard your new husband suffers from a cardiac passion.
Oh, not Mr. Delamere as well?
Aye, 'tis a common condition among men of a certain age. You must keep him away from anything that may cause him alarm or shock. To wit, changes in temperature, sudden noises and surprises, and bagpipes.
What the hell happened there?
Oh, I will, sir. I will indeed. I thank ye for this wise counsel. Good day, Dr. Foreman.
Double audio? For those two specific lines? I wonder if that was intentional. Because we've said this to her twice. Extreme in temperatures, sudden noises and shocks. She is killing them.
Sibyl's a fine host, of this she will oft boast. She loves to entertain, she loves to entertain. Though hard she does try, her dinners go awry. And in tears and she's a
Good morrow, Mistress Fortescue. How may I help you this day?
I did lately experience feelings of a most strange and disturbing nature, for which I desire an explanation.
I see. Prithee describe these feelings to me, madam. When did they occur?
Last eve, at a dinner party hosted by my dear friend Mistress Emma Delamere. All was well at first, but soon after my arrival I was stricken with a kind of madness.
Madness, you say?
Yes, moments during which I found myself overcome with feelings of mirth, laughing most immoderately at the dullest of remarks made by other guests. At other times I felt an unnatural fascination with the shape of the candelabra in the table's centrepiece. And all the while I was so ravenous with hunger, I quite absent-mindedly ate all the sweetmeats at my end of the table. I fear my rapaciousness did not escape the notice of guests seated beside me.
Such an immoderate appetite is out of character for you, I take it. It could not have merely been occasioned by anxious passions?
Why, nay, Dr. Foreman. Forsooth, I ought to have been very calm last eve, for I did spend the afternoon inhaling the fumes of an aromatic oil, a gift from my sweet husband, sent back from his explorations in the Near East. I did mention my husband, Captain Henry Fortescue, before, I think. He is a great friend of Sir Walter Raleigh. Oh, Henry and Sir Walter find the oil most relaxing, so he tells me.
Yet you were not so very relaxed last eve, I take it.
No, not in the least. For I fear a capricious spell was cast upon me. Over the course of the evening, I developed the strongest intuition that malignant forces were present in the room, and that I had been bewitched. Could it be true, Dr. Foreman? Might a witch have cast a spell on me?
That is something we shall have to ask the stars, madam. Let us see. What was it that afflicted Mistress Sybil Fortescue last eve at dinner?
No, you got high, girl. It's okay. is troubled with melancholy, a condition characterized by lethargy, anxiety, and sadness. The corint has been bewitched. The troubles result from smoke inhalation. Yes, you got high.
Now, madam, the oil your husband sent you. This was the first time you did inhale its fumes, methinks.
Yes, the shipment of gifts from my husband did only lately arrive.
Then I think we have your answer. I have read some interesting tales of such oils and herbs of the Near East. 'Tis said they occasion certain temperaments, to wit, an excessive sanguinity, which will have caused the immoderate laughter and increased appetite. They can also provoke a narrowing of the mind, which would explain your temporary fascination with the candelabra, and I believe the fumes of this oil may also have been responsible for the notion that you have been bewitched.
And the men of the Near East gain pleasure from this oil? They would render themselves foolish on purpose?
Aye, indeed. Foreigners have many strange customs and desires that we cannot hope to understand.
How fascinating! I thank you for this explanation, sir. Indeed, 'twill make for a most diverting tale with which to regale guests at my next dinner. God give you good morrow, Dr. Foreman.
Okay, bye. So close to another. I wonder if Dr. Foreman's manservant was ever in the Navy. His arms do appear very strong.
Another consultation. Will this one end in bed? Or will Mistress Allen slap him round the head?
It'll probably end in bed.
Good day, Mistress Allen. What brings you this day? Oh, dear lady, you tremble like a leaf on an autumn day.
Aye, for I am most affrighted. But Mr. Allen says he thinks I worry over naught. So I am come to you, for methinks you would... Perchance you may help me.
By my troth, Pray tell me of this evil that affrighted you, madam, and I shall do all in my power to protect you from it.
Yes, evil. Oh, indeed, 'tis the very word for it. I have seen a dark figure prowling outside our house in the night, and once I saw him spying through my window. Who is he? What does he want from me? What am I to do?
I see. And you do not recognize his face or any other particulars? The colour of his hair, for instance?
Oh, nay, for 'tis always so dark. But by his silhouette I can tell he is a bony, scrawny little man.
Is he verily? But your husband thinks 'tis naught to worry over, you say?
Aye, he says the man is doubtless naught but a poor travelling tinker who is merely taking shelter in our garden. 'Twould explain why his figure is so slight, to be sure, but what if he is not a tinker? What if his purpose is more sinister?
Aye, indeed. Then let us consult the stars. Who is the man prowling outside the Allen's house in the night, and what is his purpose?
It's you dumbass. Like, what do you mean? Quit being weird. Avis's mind, she must rein in her behavior. Not only does Avis have a deceptive nature, she is obsessed with romance and has a preference for younger men. Avis risks being punished by God for her frequent comings and goings from her house. The Prowler is a mature, intelligent man who is a secret enemy of the Allens. The intimate relations between Avis and I is changing.
The stars suggest the Prowler is a secret foe of your husband. Does Mr. Allen have any gambling debts, perchance?
Hold. Methinks I see it now. Ah, 'tis you! The Prowler, 'tis you!
Me? How now, madam? What an outlandish notion.
So you would deny it? That you have prowled and spied upon me these last months?
Prithee, Avis, you've got it all...
I will not have it. I am not a thing to be owned. I'm not one of your prized possessions.
Prithee, madam, put that down. Put it...
Ah!
Fie, madam! That was a priceless... A priceless Venetian vase.
Oh. If I see him in the garden again, I shall have Mr. Allen go and... Nay, methinks I had best not tell Mr. Allen.
Who is this man who has on such a claim? Lately returned from his conquests in Spain. The streets of London resound with his fame. Robert Devereux, that is his name.
Good day, sir. How may I... By Jupiter! Can it be true? Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex, Lord of Her Majesty's Privy Council, hero of the Battle of Cadiz.
Prithee, calm yourself, sirrah. Pray, treat me just as you would any other querent.
Of course, as it pleases your lordship. But may I say, what a great privilege it is to... may I offer you a...
You are the man who had some success treating the plague some years past, are you not?
Oh, indeed, my lord. You are very well informed. My strong water did save many a Londoner from a most lamentable death.
Then perchance you might have some cunning cure for me as well, for since I am returned to England upon having resolved that small matter in Spain, I find myself afflicted with the most vexing ailment.
Oh, but your most glorious capture of the Spanish city of Cadiz was no small matter, my lord. All England talks of nothing else. Why, pamphlets recounting your heroic exploits are sold on every street corner in London.
Mayhap they are. I know nothing of them. My single-handed victory against the King of Spain was but a trifling affair, and the least I could do for my queen and a grateful nation. But I fear vast riches and the hearts of many a Spanish beauty were not the only things I did capture while I was there.
What else did you capture in Spain, my lord? I fear I do not grasp your meaning. If you would kindly show me where upon your body you are...
As you see, this Spanish disease I caught has me oozing a most disagreeable substance.
Methinks I have a fair idea of the nature of your affliction, but I must confirm the judgment with a reading of the stars. Let us see, what disease troubles Robert Lord Devereux, the Earl of Essex?
I don't know. My body does oozy foul substance. What is my illness and how may I be cured? Is suffering from gonorrhea, a disease characterized by white matter running from the privy member and a pain when passing urine. Is troubled with love. Is suffering from evil digestion, an affliction that may occasion both upward and downward purging. Narcissism, imbalance of yellow bile in the body, mild imbalance of phlegm in the body, imbalance of black bile. I'm going to assume it's gonorrhea.
You have gonorrhea, my lord. 'Tis a condition provoked by an increase in intimate activities.
Too much strumpy-humpy, eh? Well, 'tis true that since news of my victory got about, every wench from Southwark to Shoreditch wants a piece of my action, as it were. And how may this gonorrhea be cured?
The most effective method is lead plate therapy. Usually this requires a man to lie in bed for many hours with a leaden plate positioned upon his privy parts, thus allowing the lead to impart its healing properties to the affected member. But, of course, men such as your lordship have no time to lie around in bed, which is why... Let me just fetch it from my cabinet. Which is why I invented this.
And that is what? Some sort of wonder chub, like the ones old men used to wear?
Precisely so, my lord. 'Tis a codpiece that I had a blacksmith fashion out of lead. I invite your lordship to wear it under your breeches so that the lead may remain in contact with your privy member at all times. Indeed, until you are cured.
How very droll this is. Verily, how old-fashioned. I will appear as hung as old King Henry Tudor. Mayhap I just wear it in my chambers.
Good day, and please come again. If you need anything at all, I am at your service.
Lead on the Johnson. Something tells me that didn't end very well. He's most pleased. Though, if I were to go about Whitehall Palace wearing a wonder chub, perchance it would revive the fashion for godpieces.
Watch your lover, Avis, watch her night and day. If a woman has your heart, you cannot let her stray.
Avis, I did not expect to see you this evening. Do you bring news?
Aye, some very good news, at least if you confirm it for me. Methinks I am with child.
Ah, how very wondrous. And, have you any idea of who might...
Aye, verily, with child, but I dare not to. Forsooth, what if it be naught but false hope?
Then let us ask the stars without delay. Is Mistress Avis Allen verily with child?
Evil angels are confusing Mistress Allen. Within a few months, it will become clear that she's not with child. Mistress Allen's family thinks she's lazy. Mistress Allen is aging. This decreases her chances of becoming with child. Mistress Allen is untrustworthy and creative when it comes to her marital duties. I should feel optimistic about the relationship between Avis and me. That's a lot. Mistress Allen is with child, but it will die, for she will experience some sudden bad luck and miscarriage. The father of Mistress Allen's unborn child is a strong young man that she's romantically involved with. So, I mean, both of these are bad, so... Let's go not with the one that is like, oh, you are old, and, you know, all those other very nasty things that the other star signs read.
Madam, the stars confirm that you are indeed with child, and that the father is...
Oh, joy! Simon, is it not wondrous? You and I are to be blessed.
Hold. I am not finished. The stars also reveal the identity of the father.
There is no need to read the stars for that, for surely 'tis obvious that you...
Prithee, admit it. You have been coupling with my manservant, William.
Why, you... I warrant the stars say nothing of the sort.
See here, in my chart. 'Tis plain as day. In the house of children, alongside Venus, there is the planet Mars. Who else but William could that be?
But such scribblings of yours, they mean nothing to me. For all I know, you make up those stories about planets and houses and such. Why, verily, perchance you might draw up a new chart, Simon. One that tells of how the planet Avis is no longer in the House of Foreman.
You would mock me, madam? You would make a jest of my... Oh, I see. Leaving now, are you? Then you do so. You leave. I bid you good day.
What is happening between these two? Simon's jealous fancies. I do not think I can abide them any longer. What is going on? I guess all the star signs about jealousy were correct, because it's coming from you.
Not satisfied, mayhap you have not tried this one weird trick for displaying your wealth. Buy herbs and confections to boost your complexion and pass idle hours tending to your health.
Good evening, sir. Who do I have the pleasure of welcoming to my chambers this day?
Nicholas Muggs, proprietor of Muggs Rugs down on Silver Street.
Ah, the wig makers. You supply wigs to players, do you not? I have heard tell of your fine work from some of my playhouse querents.
I thank ye for your kindness, sir. I do hear you are very skilled at your trade also. For are you not the curer of the plague of '92? Forsooth, I do hope you may cure me as well. For though I do not think I have the plague, whatever I have is doubtless most grave, no matter what my wife thinks.
And what is it your wife thinks?
It be her mind that I have taken naught but a chilly cold in the head. But 'tis not so, Dr. Foreman, for I ache all over. My throat is grown sore, and I cough day and night.
Day and night, you say?
Aye, verily.
I see. Then let us consult the stars. What does ail Nicholas Mugg?
He is troubled by hypochondria, possibly induced by witchcraft. This condition could one day prove fatal. Has taken a cold in the head, the symptoms of which include a cough, short-windedness, a hoarse throat, and pain throughout the body. Is suffering from a cardiac passion characterized by short-windedness and grievous pain both in the heart and throughout the body. Yeah, he's probably just has a cold.
I am pleased to say that your wife is correct, and you have little to worry over. You have what we doctors call frigidus ad hominem, or, as it is more commonly known, a man-cold.
Frigid... A man-cold, you say?
Aye, 'tis a cold in the head, suffered uniquely by those of the male sex. And, although it be a minor affliction, the suffering can be very great.
A minor affliction, you say? That cannot be right. I bid you check the stars again, sir. For see how ill I am, and my throat grows so hoarse I can hardly speak.
I think the trouble in your throat may be occasioned by overuse. Perhaps you might try, discoursing less.
Well, I think you ought to know that I will be seeking a second opinion.
As you will, sir. Good day.
I don't think I'm going to be getting that medical license. I will now to the apothecary go for a tincture of herbs. An apothecary may always be counted on to sell a man a cure.
Robert Lord Dare rose a rising star, dashing and debonair, he will go far. All London greets him with cries of huzzah. In truth, we cannot stay we are.
Good day, my lord. How may I do you service? Would it pertain to some thrilling adventure upon which you may soon be embarking?
Indeed it does. Sir Walter Raleigh and I did recently come across some intelligence concerning a fleet of Spanish ships that will soon be sailing home from the New World, bearing a goodly cargo of gold. Raleigh and I plan to borrow the royal fleet, which we will use to intercept the ships and seize the treasure.
Huzzah! But, borrow the Royal Navy, you say?
Aye, only temporarily, of course. The Queen will hardly know her ships are gone. Indeed, when we return them to her bearing a handsome prize of Spanish gold, she will doubtless forgive our failure to file the correct paperwork and what not.
Doubtless. And how may I assist your lordship in this glorious endeavour?
Well, in order to intercept the Spanish fleet, we must know which route it is planning to take. One possibility is that it returns to Spain having retrieved the gold from the New World's southern continent. The other possibility, and this is the one Sir Walter thinks most likely, is that the gold has already been transported by conquistadors from the southern continent up to Havana, and the ships are to fetch it from there.
Then let us see whether the stars can tell us upon which route the treasure ships may be intercepted on their return to Spain from the New World. Will they be sailing from the southern continent or from the Spanish colony of Havana?
I don't know. The crew of the Spanish ships happened upon the gold by conquering and killing its owners. Through the conquering of foreign peoples, the King of Spain is establishing a fine cultural legacy for future generations. The Spanish sailors hide a shameful secret that relates to a lack of self-control. Devereux should trust his friend Raleigh's instincts. Women factor into the Spaniards' travel plans. I don't know. I kind of want to go with, I don't know. Because I know that Raleigh dies doing this, so. Oops.
The Spanish treasure ships will take a direct route back from the southern continent, from whence the gold was, found. For it seems the treasure was, well, discovered by the fleet's own soldiers.
Excellent, excellent. But where are we to intercept them? Pray, give me the precise day, latitude, and longitude.
Certainly, my lord. But divining nautical coordinates is a somewhat lengthy and complex process. If your lordship would kindly return in an hour or so...
Quickly, sir! I have not the time to bide here all day.
Well then, let me see now. Taking into account the position of Jupiter, divide by 3, carry the 1. Yes. The Spanish treasure ships may be intercepted upon the 15th day of October at a latitude of 9 and 40 degrees north and 5 and 20 degrees west, or thereabouts. That said, however, I cannot promise you that...
Excellent. Raleigh and I shall sail to this very spot. Huzzah!
Huzzah! Godspeed, my lord.
Uh-oh. I'm gonna get in so much trouble for that. I wonder if my men have yet contrived to scrape all the damnable Manchego cheese off my astrolabe.
Though she never went to school, and she's kind and never cruel, do not take Alice for a fool. Alice Blood, she is no fool.
Uh-oh.
Good evening to you, madam. How might I...
Hi. Pray go tell your master, Mr. Foreman, that Mistress Alice Blarg is come to see him.
Ah, Mistress Blarg. It is I, Dr. Simon Foreman, at your service. And what an honour it is to welcome the wife of the Dean of Rochester to my humble practice. To whom do I owe my thanks for having recommended you to my care?
Well, I will not lie. You owe your thanks to nobody. For folk do tell me that you are not a real doctor, but a quack, who does conjure demons and dabbles most unlawfully in the dark arts.
I definitely don't do that.
I do assure you, madam, that
I'd be way
whatever
more
you may have
successful
heard,
if I did.
I am
Nay, do not quibble, sir. If I did seek the counsel of a doctor who has one of those fancy medical degrees, or the kind of high-bred know-it-all who does see fit to judge a woman and vex her most cruelly, I would have gone elsewhere. But, truth be told, I have need of such a man as you, for I have been bewitched by a witch.
Ah, I see.
Yea, a loathsome spell has been cast upon me. It does cause me to awaken in the morning with a most terrible pain in my head, a pain so wretched it does have me chundering into my chamber pot.
Pain in the head and involuntary purging. And what leads you to believe your suffering is occasioned by witchcraft?
Well, the timing is most unnatural. My troubles do occur every Saturday morning without fail. I suspect the doings of our new neighbour, the widow MacDoon. As well as being Scottish, she does possess several cats.
Several cats, you say?
One or two of which I may have kicked, and now she has seen fit to take revenge upon me with her dark, foreign magic.
Indeed. Scotland is well known for the powerful black witchcraft practiced by its womenfolk. But as compelling as this evidence may be, my practice does draw upon the latest scientifical arts. To diagnose your condition, I must first perform a rigorous astronomical analysis. So, let us see now, what do the stars say is the cause of your Saturday morning suffering?
Do you eat something specific on Friday night? This suggests severe noxious food or drink with child is bewitched. Yeah, I would say that it's probably something that she's eating on Fridays that's making her sick on Saturday.
Madam, may I delicately inquire as to whether it be the habit of you and your husband to take wine with supper? On Friday evenings, perchance? Drinking a little overmuch on occasion is nothing to be ashamed of. Many of my most respectable querents do find that a fine French claret can be deceptively...
Oh, nay, more's the pity. My husband is a tiresome teetotaler who prefers to spend his evenings writing sermons and counting coin. He hardly ever accompanies me to the tavern on Fridays.
Does he not? Well, in any case, I am much afraid that the ale you do consume upon these tavern visits may be to blame for your affliction. The consumption of strong drink can provoke an excess of black bile, which then does cause the body to purge itself the following day. I do advise you to consider...
Then I am not bewitched. But if that be true, then to poor Molly McDoon I have been most rude and unneighbourly. For shame. I must go to her this hour and apologise. Fare you well, Mr. Foreman. I must bid you good day.
Women in the 1500s were weird. I will invite my Scottish neighbour to take a conciliatory pint of ale with me.
Beware conspirations, plots and machinations, the schemes of big physic to sell you their wares. Their cures do us violence, but they call it science. They mock our beliefs and belittle our fears.
Ah, well met, Mr. Mugg. How fare you since our first consultation?
It seems as you were right. Though I was, in sooth, much troubled with the vile disease of, what did you say it was? Fudgipus and Honeyman, I did not die.
Frigidus ad hominem. I am most glad to hear it, sir. Indeed, you do look well.
Well? Mayhap I look well now, but 'twill not be for long. I have been poisoned.
Poisoned? By the saints! Who is the author of this foul deed?
My friend George Sprottle, the bookbinder. I did dine with him not 2 hours ago.
Ah, I see. A bout of evil digestion. Pray tell, was there turned meat or some such at table?
Nay, not meat. 'Twas a pie full of cherries. I had a bite of it afore I knew what I was eating.
Cherries, you say?
Aye, cherries. And this after I took particular care to give Mistress Sprottle a list of foods I must not eat. I added cherries to the list when I did hear that the Countess of Devonshire has declared against their noxious qualities.
The Countess of Devonshire, you say? Noxious qualities, indeed. And now your symptoms, Mr. Mugg. Had you any reaction after eating these cherries?
That was one of his options, I think.
Well, I reacted as any man would. I spat them out. And know you what Mr. Sprottle did then, Dr. Foreman?
Nay, but pray tell.
He did laugh at me. He even called me a dinner-ralphing fusspot. Fie, I may soon be in the grave, thanks to George. Will he still be laughing then?
Well, let us not speculate, shall we, Mr. Mugg? Now, let us see what these stars may tell us.
I realized that
what
groceries are going to get here,
Mugg?
and I wanted to keep an eye on when substitutions could happen. So, if it was looking a little weird, it was my fault. Okay. He is suffering from cherry poisoning. Mugg is spletenic, occasioned by rancorous behavior. I mean, yeah, he might be allergic to cherries. Because I don't even know what that other thing is.
It seems you have indeed been poisoned. The cherries have provoked an imbalance of choler. You must take the antidote for cherry poisoning, which is... let me see what I have here in my cabinet. Ah, yes, Saccharum officinarum. Dissolve a pinch of these crystals on your tongue before dinner for a week.
Saccharum?
Saccharum officinarum, more commonly known as sugar.
Sugar, forsooth. I have heard tell of sugar. 'Tis a rare and fine substance, I do believe, and therefore doubtless most efficacious.
Uh-huh. I must now to my grocer go, for they say that the Countess has had a portrait painted in which she sits beside a bowl of grapes.
Solace with
just find somebody else to be with. And besides, I already got her letter of recommendation, which is really all I needed her for.
William! Ah, there you are. Did Mistress Allen call whilst I was out this day? Nay? You're quite sure about that, are you? Ah, I see. I cannot understand it. Why has Avis not come these past weeks? Does she no longer wish to see me?
Uh-oh, she's dead. I have been deprived of timber favors of late, but my fortune seems to be reversing, and I expect to see Avis again soon. Mistress Allen's reluctance to see me is but the legacy of my unpleasant manner towards her in the past, provoked by my suspicious fancies. No, she did. Avis feels that she has treated her husband carelessly. It was cruel of Avis to allow me to hope that we would one day be together. It is only self-constraint and a sense of duty towards her husband that keeps Avis from calling me. Well, which one is it? Avis's feelings cannot be trusted. She harbors romantic feelings towards another man. Avis does not know who has fathered the child she carries. I mean, that's true, so...
I see. The stars confirm that Avis is with child, but that she knows not who the father is. How can that be?
Because she's
for Mr.
around,
Allen is not able to perform... Then my suspicions were correct. Avis verily has been intercoursing with another man. Well then, if Avis has other men, why, I have opportunities of my own, have I not?
Yeah, you get somebody else. Mayhaps my jealous passions had no foundation before, but now they have been scientifically validated. Sir, I must thank you for resolving the misunderstanding between me and my neighbor, Mistress Molly MacDoon. You advised me that my Saturday morning headaches and chunderings were not caused by her witchcraft, but by my consumption of strong drink. You spoke true, and for that I am grateful. Although if Molly was not then the author of my suffering, she surely is now, for since we are become friends, we go together to the tavern every Friday. Your querent Alice blog.
Nothing like the sun, if snowy white her breasts are done, and that is our description done, for she is a lady, she's not a lady.
Good day, Mistress Lanier. Much time has passed since I last saw you. How do you fare?
In truth, not well, Dr. Foreman, not well at all.
Then I am full sorry for it, madam. Pray, tell me what manner of ill has befallen you.
First, I must beseech your pardon, sir, for methinks Mr. S. may verily be my prowler after all, as you did surmise.
Think nothing of it, madam. But what has made you change your mind about him?
I have been publicly humiliated. Mr. S. has been circulating a collection of insulting sonnets about an unnamed dark lady, and all of London thinks this dark lady is me.
Well, your complexion is rather,
I am described as having foul breath and black wires for hair, though methinks the very worst line is the one that tells of a gross body rising at the utterance of my name. And I cannot abide illusions, Dr. Foreman. If Mr. S. wishes to reference bodily levitation and other such cheap stage magic, he would do well to leave my name out of it. My interest is in the dramatic arts, not fairground attractions.
I am not sure that is quite his meaning.
Dr. Foreman, you know of Mr. William Shakespeare, then? Do not tell me you have read the sonnets.
Well, I own that I have. But as you did remark, madam, all of London has read them.
Oh, well, I am undone. My professional reputation is now utterly spoiled, for now the whole world will look upon me as naught but Mr. Shakespeare's fancy wench. No longer will they judge me on my own merits.
Let us hope it is not as grave as that, madam. Have you discoursed upon the matter with him?
Nay, I dare not confront him about it. For we are almost at an end with our work on a play, and I dare not risk it not being staged.
Then let us see what the stars advise. What may Mistress Lanier do to restore her professional reputation?
Mistress Lanier harbors secret thoughts of adultery, which relate somehow to her intellect and her feelings of dissatisfaction. Mistress Lanier is ignorant of her romantic feelings, and this must be reversed. Mistress Lanier should abandon her career ambitions and revert to her true vocation, bringing forth new life. She should have another child. Fuck that reading. Get out of here. God will help Mistress Lanier if she exercises constraint and discipline. Mistress Lanier is confused about her feelings for me. How interesting. The relationship between Mr. Shakespeare and Mistress Lanier is not an equal one. Shakespeare's arrogance will overshadow Amelia's contribution to the play they are writing. Mistress Lanier must find a way to disassociate her name from these sonnets, for if she does not, her literary legacy will be betrayed by association with them. We'll go with this one. Although I do love that he just sees all women in his life being in love with him in his star signs.
You are right to be concerned about the damage to your reputation, Mistress Lanier, for there is a danger that your partnership with Mr. Shakespeare and his depiction of you in his sonnets will forever overshadow your own literary achievements.
God's womb. But what can I do to forestall such an injustice?
I suggest you spread a rumour of your own about another lady. For instance, there is a brothel owner in Clerkenwell they call Black Luce. If you were to put it about that she is the subject of Shakespeare's sonnets, 'twould do her reputation no harm. Indeed, the effect will be quite the reverse, for doubtless there be many a man at present who would pay handsomely for a tumble with Shakespeare's dark lady.
Well, indeed. I do feel 'tis most important to advance the interests of my fellow women, especially those seeking to make their way in business. Oh, do you see that, Dr. Foreman? 'Tis your mute Italian querent, Signor Ferraro. He is staring at us through the window.
Is he? Then doubtless he has come for another consultation.
I can't ever see to cure this man. Woo! We got a letter of recommendation from Amelia. Not only shall I rescue my reputation, I shall be a good ally to this. What was her name again? Yes, the Black Luce.
When it feels like a play, an Italian cliché.
When it feels like a play, an Italian cliché. Ferraro, Signor Ferraro.
Good day, senor, and well met.
'Tis I, Riccardo Ferraro, come once again to see the great Dottore Simon Foreman.
Indeed, I did recognize you, senor. How may I assist you this day?
I am ill. I tell you my problems. First problem, I do make a chandar in the morning. Next problems, my belly does swell and my chest 'tis a most tender to the touch. And now, for the very most terrible of problems. I have the big fears. One moment I do weep, and the next I do curse and gnash my teeth. So, Dottore, you tell what ails me, huh? You wanna make a water into this cup? Un momento, I make the water.
Nay, not in my... prithee, hold. If you please, senor. As with our previous consultations, I shall be judging your illness by reading the stars.
So, you need not my...
Nay, senor, I have no need of it. Whilst 'tis true that most physicians do spy and sniff their patients' urine, I find this method of piss-pot diagnosis most imprecise. Indeed, the practice is quite primitive. 'Tis my belief that if medicine is to advance in this modern age, we must all adopt a more scientifical method. I am quite sure history will bear me out on this question.
This scientifical method. 'Tis reading my diagnosis in the stars?
Precisely so. Speaking thereof, perchance we may consult the stars now. What illness troubles Signor Riccardo Ferraro?
I was looking for my cat and I found her. She's sleeping in my chair. Out in the living room. Let me just skip. Let's see. I suffer from a swollen belly, a tender chest, chundering, and moodiness. What ails me? What does ail you indeed, sir? What do the stars tell me? Is troubled with apoplexy, a condition of the brain provoked by a sudden fit. It affects sensory perception and causes swollen neck veins, memory loss, and gnashing of teeth. From mattering in the breast, which is a gathering of corrupt matter in the chest area, occasioning pain in the breast. He's with child. Somehow, I don't think he's with child, so we'll go with mattering in the breast.
Worry not, Signor. You are merely troubled with a mattering in the breast. I advise you to take to bed and cover yourself with sheets that have been warmed before a fire. But you must not sleep, nor may you eat or drink, for food and drink would serve to increase the corrupt phlegm and matter in your chest.
Mattering in the breast. Most dottori would say my problems do not match the signs of mattering in the breast. But you, Signor Foreman, are not most dottori, eh? You are genius of the medicine who does find true meaning in the stars. I thank you, Signor Foreman, for your advice has been most enlightening. Riccardo Ferraro bids you good day.
He took it rather ill. I must remember to record this cluster shambles of diagnosis before I forget the details. Is he a doctor himself that just comes to me with, like, things I can't possibly foresee to ruin my reputation?
Rosa, which marks the food on your plate? Are you verily sure that your dinner is great? At me, explain how food causes your pain, but your friends and relations are very vain.
Good day, Mr. Mugg. Pray tell, did the matter with the, cherries resolve itself in the end?
Those sugar crystals you gave me did work wondrous well. Verily, Dr. Foreman, methinks you should fashion this medicine into little round pills and sell them by the score. I warrant you would make your fortune.
Yes, if only I could have my querents believe that mere sugar pills were the cure for all their ills, great and small, I would be a very rich man indeed, would I not? And what may I assist you with this day, Mr. Mugg?
I have the spotted fever. I must begin treatment now, or else
Hold, sir. The spotted fever is exceeding rare. Why would you think you have such a disease?
Well, sir, not only am I covered all over in red spots, I have lately taken to chundering, such as are the very symptoms listed in the medical book I did read. I am already taking the treatment Mr. Cogan prescribes, but now I require...
You mean to say you have read Thomas Cogan's Haven of Health? Why, that is a most technical book, writ for doctors and medical students. How did you come to be reading it?
My friend George Sprottle did bind a printing of it in his shop. He kindly let me spy some pages afore 'twas sent up to Cambridge. Oh, but Dr. Foreman, I forget myself. You have no medical degree, so you doubtless have not read it. Mayhap if I ask George nicely...
Sir, let us consult the stars and see if they may tell us what ails you.
Hypochondria. Evil digestion. Spotted fever. Okay. So I can either tell him that he has spotted fever and just, like, keep curing him for things that he thinks that he has, and then they'll go away because he's, like, essentially prescribing him placebo effects. Or I can tell him that his illnesses are all made up in his mind. Isn't that what hypochondria is? But that's not what this is saying. I'm gonna do this, though.
The spots on your privy member suggest a mild venereal disease. Such pustules can appear so foul in appearance as to induce involuntary upward purging, as is the case here. It's also indicated that you suffer from hypochondria.
Dr. Foreman, did you not hear me? I said nothing of spots being on my yardle. On my word, I know not why folk even bother with doctors. Not now we have books to consult. One thing more, if you please, Dr. Foreman, for I feel I must give ye warning. A great storm is coming. I feel it in my bones, and my bones do always speak true. You would do well to bide indoors at the first sign of wind and rain. God keep ye well, Dr. Foreman.
Well. Now that common folk know how to read, we shall soon have no more need of doctors.
Almighty God.
True.
Thy servant Thomas Black, reach forth thy gracious hand, and slap sense into him.
Good morrow, Dean Blagg. How fare you this day?
Well, Dr. Foreman, I must own that I do not fare well, for my recent investments have left me in a rather vexing financial position.
Verily, that is ill to hear.
Aye, Sir Walter Raleigh's quest for El Dorado failed most woefully, just as you predicted. His ships did return loaded with naught but a few sacks of worthless root vegetables. I cannot fathom it. We are Englishmen. We do not eat vegetables.
Aye, a disappointing outcome indeed.
Oh, but that is all by the by. For you will be pleased to know that I put my remaining fortune into a new venture so assured of success that I will make all my money back and more.
Assured, you say? How very reassuring.
I have invested in an expedition to intercept a fleet of Spanish ships carrying gold back from the New World. For this expedition, Sir Walter Raleigh will be joined by that famous military genius, Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex. So success is virtually guaranteed. There is but one small worry, however.
Ah, only one?
Aye. 'Tis that Raleigh and Essex set sail full 2 months past, but there is yet no tidings of them. Such silence is a trifle vexing. Have they yet captured the Spanish treasure ships? Surely no ill has befallen them.
A most vexing mystery indeed. Let us see whether the stars can tell us what has become of this expedition.
Uh-oh. Blogg is a lazy fantasist who indulges in an excess of creative thinking. Angels will vest their blessings upon Blogg, but he must be patient. The moon shines its benevolent light upon the Blogg's family fortune. God has granted Blogg good intuition. A violent battle is being waged in a foreign clime. The expedition has been endangered by secret information from an untrustworthy authority. Untrustworthy? How very dare the stars throw shade upon my honor thus? My skill in reading navigational coordinates in the stars is unimpeachable. Blake has been careless with his financial legacy. Raleigh and Essex are sailing their ship in the wrong direction and will suffer a reversal of fortune. Well...
Bad tidings for your family's fortune, I fear. The Earl of Essex and Sir Walter Raleigh did sail their fleet into the middle of nowhere, with not a Spanish treasure ship in sight. It would seem their geographical information was at fault, having been obtained from a most unreliable and untrustworthy authority.
Truly? I am ruined. Zoons! My goose is cooked! Mistress Blogg will have me baked into pies!
Uh-oh. You can't not give me a letter of recommendation because I'm right, but it's not what you want to hear.
Why must this wench act so distressed? Mayhap she can't abide a jest. No welcome love and his professed.
What an ungrateful lady! What an ungrateful lady!
What?
Good day, Mistress Lanier. Pray, come in and take comfort by the fire. The wind is fierce and cold this day.
Did you see him this time, Dr. Foreman? He did it again. He ran off the moment he saw me.
See who, madam?
Your patient, Signor Ferraro.
Ah, verily? Indeed, I was expecting him to come for a consultation this day. But he changed his mind and ran off, you say. How very mysterious.
Truly, 'tis as if all men are determined to use me ill.
Surely not all men, madam. I, for one, remain most devotedly at your service. My dear lady, I do not need to read the stars to see that something grave has befallen you. Pray, tell me what it is.
Yesterday I did meet with Mr. Shakespeare to discourse upon our new play, which is to open this week at the theatre in Shoreditch. But though I was determined not to confront him about the sonnets he wrote about me, 'twas difficult to hide the heaviness I did feel in his company.
I can well imagine, madam.
So then, well, he remarked upon my dark humour. To wit, he said to me, Amelia, your pretty brow does furrow, so I will kiss it smooth.
And I sense that you did not receive this well?
Indeed, I did not. Forsooth, I was so enraged by this, I reversed my flagon of ale full over his head.
Ah.
Whereon he rose from his stool, declaring I was the most ungrateful and unworthy wench in all of Christendom, and then he flew out of the tavern like a bat from out the gates of hell.
A most vivid image, and no doubt most apt. Men who work in playhouses are prone to indulging in such melodrama, of course. Why so many ladies care for such men in preference of those employed in solid, stable professions, I shall never understand.
And if only that were all. For this morning I saw a bill advertising our play posted on a wall in my street. It bears his name and not mine.
Verily? Surely not. Mayhap there has been some error made.
Nay, Dr. Foreman, 'tis no error, for I rushed to the theatre to see what was amiss, but I was refused admittance. Indeed, the player who came to the door denied all knowledge of my collaboration on the play. Methinks Mr. Shakespeare is exacting his petty vengeance upon me for rejecting his sly suit by denying me credit for my work, and he means to deal with me by pretending I do not exist, as if I were a ghost. Or is it he who has become the ghost? In truth, I am not yet sure how that metaphor should work.
What monstrous perfidy! Pray tell me what I might do to punish this wretched scribbler. Though I am not adept with a sword, I do have a book that instructs in how to command nefarious spirits.
Oh, prithee, sir, I am come not in search of vengeance, but to seek answers. As you know, I have been ill-treated by my husband, and now I am betrayed by Mr. Shakespeare. Pray, read the stars and answer me this, Dr. Foreman. Will I ever be able to trust, even love, a man again?
Be a lesbian, girl. Oh, no, there's no other answer. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Amelia secretly wishes to commit adultery with a man of high intelligence. Amelia's friends have been unworthy of her confidence. Amelia should give in to her true feelings. God rewards men who invest time in their friendships with comely women. The relationship betwixt Amelia and me is currently wrought by confusion. Amelia's literary legacy has been betrayed by Mr. Shakespeare. Mistress Lanier is ignorant of the love she inspires, but her ignorance will be reversed. Amelia's present adversity may bring change and a new life in the form of a child. Well...
To your question of whether there yet be a man in this world worthy of your trust and affections, forsooth. I have never seen an arrangement of stars that speaks so clearly.
Verily? Then pray tell, what answer does it give?
My dear lady, the answer you seek need not be divined by reading the stars. It may be read in the signs you see before you now. To wit, the answer you seek is right in front of you.
I am afeard I do not follow, Dr. Foreman. 'Tis your feather quill, a half-eaten apple, your desk is a little untidy, and I must confess the symbolism in Flemish still-life painting has always quite confounded me. Take a skull, for instance. What sense does a skull make alongside a bowl of... Below. 'Tis clear to me now, your face was always hid in shadow, but 'tis you, Mr. Foreman. You are the man who has been prowling me these last months.
Dearest, loveliest Amelia, allow me to profess to you my undying admiration for your charms, which are not insignificant.
God's womb, et tu, Dr. Foreman. Fie, you of all men to betray me thus. But 'tis true. I now see the answer. For I know now never again to trust a man to guide me. Henceforth, I shall write under my own name, and when there are decisions to be made, I shall take my own counsel and make my own judgments. By the by, methinks I do at last understand that prediction you made for me some years ago, Dr. Foreman. The one about how belief is required if I am to succeed. 'Tis a belief I must hold not in the inevitability of my own personal success, but of the successes of the women who will come after me. Farewell, Dr. Foreman, and clean your desk. Verily, 'tis quite disgusting.
No coitus post consultatio, and also quit being a creep. We women will achieve equal treatment even if it takes us 100 years.
Lancelot Moore is of a great house. Much does depend, much, on his choice of a spouse.
He must be
Consecrate wealth, no matter the cost to love and to health.
Good day to you, young sir, and well met. You are Lancelot Moore of Middlesex, are you not? What an honour it is to welcome a son of the great house of Moore to my humble consulting chambers.
'Tis indeed I, Lancelot Moore. I will own it. But hear this. My family is ignorant of my designs in coming here, and I wish them to remain so. Which is why I come to you, Mr. Foreman, for methinks you are not such a man who would ever find himself in the company of a family such as ours.
Ah, well, you may count upon my discretion, Mr. Moore. And what is the matter that brings you this day?
'Tis that my family wish me to marry my wretched cousin Barbara.
And I take it you would not wish to comply?
Nay, I verily would not. Cousin Barbara is a vile little minx. She loves nothing more than to sport with me and play cruel japes. Last Christmas, she even hid a dead mouse in my mince pie.
The lady does seem most spirited.
The lady? Oh, pish! Cousin Barbara is hardly a lady, for she is not 14 years of age. It is most unnatural to ask a grown man to wed a child.
Indeed it is. 'Tis my belief that in these enlightened times we should consider...
Verily, Barbara be damned. My heart belongs to a true woman, not a freckled, scrawny slip of a girl. A full-blossomed woman.
A woman, you say?
Aye, Marion, my other cousin.
I see.
Ah, Marion. So beguiling are her shapely charms. Oh, to lie, if not to die, in Marion's arms. So soft her lips, so sweet her face. Oh, how I yearn for her embrace. In me she hath such passion stirred, a fever rises in mine. But nay, I pray for death, and would be martyred if from her I be thus parted. And so you see, you must help me forestall this wretched marriage so that I might wed my sweet cousin Marion. Mr. Foreman? Mr. Foreman?
Yes, indeed. Let us see what the stars advise. How might Mr. Moore avoid this marriage to his cousin Barbara?
I blacked out. If Moore spreads a rumor about Barbara being sexually active, the marriage plans will be abruptly cancelled. This house suggests Barbara is with child. She may not be as chaste as she seems. An appeal to Moore's vanity may induce him to travel abroad. Moore will be able to extract himself from the engagement once he has come of age and has control over his fortune. Moore should betray his family by serving his country. He should go to war. Barbara is secretly unhappy with the marriage. God's aid will come via cousin Barbara, who is both intelligent and rebellious. What does Moore's intuition tell him about the marriage? Therein lies the key to unraveling the engagement. Yeah, she probably doesn't want to marry him either, so we'll go with that one.
It is apparent you do not wish to marry your cousin Barbara, but have you considered whether she wishes to marry you?
Nay, but I cannot think why she would not want to marry me. I am exceeding eligible.
Aye, doubtless you are, Mr. Moore. But do you not think her unkind japes may indicate she harbours some degree of malice towards you?
Mayhap you are right. I did find a toad in my bed Thursday last. 'Tis as if Barbara were possessed by a demon.
Very possibly. And thus possessed, she may be distracted and not wholly aware of your, fine qualities. I advise you to simply bide your time, for the stars suggest she is a cunning maid who plans to thwart the marriage using a method of her own devising.
Verily? Then I will leave it all to Barbara, as you advise. But it shall be on your head if I'm forced to marry her, Mr. Foreman.
Uh-oh. Listen, I just look at the sky and make up shit. Please don't take my head off. Mayhaps I go this night to recite rhyming verse outside Marion's bedchamber. I saw that in a play. It worked wondrously well.
Hear ye, hear ye. Spanish Armada nears English coast. Nation prepares for invasion whilst Queen searches for missing navy. Hear ye.
Oh shit. As Spanish ships near our shores, the Queen's ground troops prepare for what promises to be a blood-soaked slaughter of Englishmen by continental Catholic savages. With England's coasts undefended, experts predict Spanish ships will be sailing up the Thames to London within days. Oh shit. Sources in the royal court say the Queen is more than a little vexed by the absence of the Royal Navy, which experts describe as lost. Oh.
Wench, be sure to marry, lest ye be branded a witch. If Mary sees you keeping cats against you, she will snitch. Beware of Mistress Mary Payne, she is a nosy fa la 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 la.
Blessed even, Dr. Foreman.
Mistress Payne, what brings you in such weather? 'Tis most dangerous to be about in it.
Oh, it takes more than a little wind and rain to forestall me from doing the Lord's work. Besides, foul weather is naught but God's righteous vengeance upon London for the sinful debauchery of its inhabitants.
Verily? Then I dread to think what northerners get up to of an evening.
Pray heed me carefully, Dr. Foreman, for 'tis on a most pressing matter that I am come. Doubtless you have heard the news. The Spanish Armada does sail once again towards England's shores. It seems this latest Armada was most unexpected.
Well, as 'tis oft said, no one expects the Spanish Armada.
'Tis very grave this time, for I have heard tell that our own warships are far away at sea, and with our coasts undefended, a Catholic horde may soon be sailing up the Thames to slay us all.
Aye, our situation is most grave indeed. But what would you have me tell you, Mistress Payne?
I wish to know whether the English fleet will arrive home in time to defend our shores, Or might we ordinary folk be compelled to take up arms to defend ourselves? Dr. Foreman, are you ready to beat off the Catholics, come what may?
Am I ready to beat off the... Prithee, madam, let us pray the need never arises. Perchance the stars will offer us some reassurance. Will the Royal Naval Fleet return home in time to defend England from the Spanish Armada?
Seeing as, I mean, it depends. What day did they get here? Because... Oh. Do I know what day it is? I don't. Because, I know that it's October that I sent them, so... Excuse me. The Royal Navy is absent due to a reckless, misguided pursuit of gold. Ambitions will be thwarted by confusion. Unpleasantness will result from a cunning plan to steal goods. Mistress Payne must rouse her neighbors to take up arms. The authorities cannot be trusted to uphold their duty to defend ordinary Englishmen. Catholic evil angels will have their plans thwarted by a deadly, unpredictable event. The Spanish fleet will be delayed due to the idleness of their sailors. I mean, it's accurately the first one, so...
Madam, know you of Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex? Or of Sir Walter Raleigh, perchance?
Oh, young Lord Devereux, such a talented young man. My niece is especially taken with him.
Well, it would seem the pair did take the royal fleet on an expedition to intercept and seize gold being transported back to Spain from the New World. But their plan went awry, and now they are lost at sea. I am afeard that, short of a miracle, a Spanish invasion is indeed imminent.
Her Majesty would risk her realm and the lives of her subjects for the sake of gold. Then now present danger does not surprise me. England's downfall will be God's punishment for our Queen's greed and avarice.
Well, to be fair to Her Majesty, I do not imagine she gave Devereux and Raleigh permission to...
Oh, my days! With a Spanish invasion nigh, I know not how to calm my anxious passions. Methinks I shall take to bed with Paul and Matthew this even.
Oh, yes, I see. The Book of Paul and the Book of Matthew. Aye, verily. Holy Scripture does give great comfort to a distressed mind. God keep ye well, Mistress Payne.
Or she's taken 2 men to bed, which, you know, girl, do your thing. My niece will be beside herself with worry. Mayhaps I take her on a diverting outing to see the hangings at Tyburn. So, I must congratulate you on the sterling counsel you gave me in relation to my horrid cousin Barbara, whom my parents did wish me to marry. As you did predict, the wretched little fiend did at length contrive a method of ending our engagement. She has run off with the Earl of Shrewsbury. Your relieved querent Lancelot Moore, Esquire.
Sadie, take care, for Sadie, do you hear what the Countess of Derek says about peas? They corrupt your humours and cause cancer tumours, so doubtless they're causing your current disease.
Good morrow, Mr. Mugg. Back again so soon. And yet your red spots do seem to have faded.
Aye, those spots were naught but the work of fleas. My wife did beat the rugs and banish the dogs from the house. She'll be beating and banishing me next if she has her way.
Well, I am glad to hear you are faring better. What brings you this day?
I have a humoral imbalance and need treating for it.
A humoral imbalance, you say? Well, 'tis true that an imbalance of humours can affect a man's mood. For instance, an excess of black bile, which is a cold, dry humour, can provoke feelings of melancholy, whereas yellow bile is
hot and dry. I thank ye for the explanation, Dr. Foreman, but I did learn all about humours when I took supper with my friend Mistress Ollingworth. She has a humoral imbalance and takes medicine for it. Hence I am come this day for medicine to treat my own imbalance.
I see. And what mental symptoms are you experiencing? Any unusual or troubling feelings?
Aye, very troubling. Why, I find myself a-fretting and a-pacing all the day long. Even my wife has remarked upon it.
Anxiety and agitation. Pray tell, did these feelings begin before or after you spoke with your friend, Mistress Ollingworth?
Let me see now. After, methinks. Aye, after. Why? Does that matter?
Yes, quite possibly. But let us see what these stars do have to say. What humoral imbalance does ail my querent Nicholas Mugg?
Mugg is mildly choleric. A humoral imbalance of choler can occasion symptoms of anger, impatience, and irritability. He is suffering from constipation and a related psychological condition. I think we just kind of tell him, like, yep, we cure him because he has hypochondria, or essentially he just, whenever he thinks he has an illness, he develops symptoms for those illnesses. So we just kind of tell him, yeah, sure, whatever, man, you've got this thing. And you cure him and send him on his way. Just so that he can come back again. Speaking of... I'm gonna put these in completed games. Oh, wait. Shit. I meant to do the other one.
Have you a diagnosis yet? This day I am to dine with Mistress Ollingworth, and I wish to tell her all about it.
Aye, 'tis done. You have a choleric temperament, brought on by a minor imbalance of yellow bile. It does often induce feelings of irritability and impatience in the sufferer, and in severe cases, it can provoke outbursts of anger.
I see. How very interesting.
We must counter the excess of this hot, dry humour with wet and cooling elements. Take this powder of violets and salt and boil it in some water. Then you must drink the infusion once it is cooled.
I thank ye for this medicine, Dr. Foreman. But may I trouble you for twice the dose of it? For if the symptoms be what you say, I think my wife had best be taking it as well.
Your wife bouts of anger. Mayhaps I secret the cure into my wife's ale. I do not think she would take kindly to learning she has an imbalance.
Hear ye, hear ye! Spanish Armada sunk by English storm! Hear ye!
Oh yeah, that was one of the options, and I did know the storm was coming. I did think about that as an option, but I didn't do it. Proving once again that God loves England more than our Catholic enemies, the Spanish naval fleet has been defeated by a mighty storm that has been raging in the English Channel for nigh on 3 days. What remains of the Armada has fled back to Spain. Beachcombers are advised to wait for the storm to abate before looting corpses that have washed ashore.
Here comes a son of noble birth. Know you how much his father is worth? For such a boy advantage is bought, entitled to much, deserving of naught.
Oh, sirrah, I have dire need of your counsel.
Pray calm yourself, sir, and tell me of this urgent affair.
Oh, verily, 'tis most urgent. A fair maiden has my heart, a maid with hair of shining gold and eyes so blue the finest sapphires grow pale with envy. But she is a most pious and demure in nature, and has many other suitors. How might I win her favour?
Golden hair? But in our last consultation... let me see here in my notes. Yes, you told me your heart belonged to a maid with hair of onyx black that doth make the finest ebony go grey with envy.
You mean my cousin Marion? Pish! That was naught but a childish fancy. I bid you, Foreman, pray focus on the matter at hand, for if you do not help me win my true love's favour, my bursting heart will tear asunder My soul will wither unto...
Aye, as you will. Let us see what guidance can be had from the stars. How may Lancelot Moore win the heart of this golden-haired maiden?
Good question. A sudden religious conversion is strongly advised. Moore's hopes will be realized that he must be self-disciplined and patient. The maid's secret nature is hidden beneath a veil of false religious fervor. It would appear that Moore has a brutish nature. Moore may win the lady's hand in marriage with jewelry and fine things. Moore should lie about the size of his fortune, a trifling task for such an oversauced peacocky. The maid's father has a deceitful business partner. This suggests, I think I'm gonna go with this one.
This maid does give off an air of piety, but in truth, she is no different from others of her sex. It would seem she hides a secret fondness for jewels and fine nicks and knacks. The stars also indicate that you would do well to make much of your masculine qualities of strength and bravery.
A most excellent plan, Foreman. Mayhap I take my love to the finest bear-baiting ring in London. For there she will see I do never flinch at the sight of blood spilled. And as for fine things, I will impress her by wearing twice my usual number of necklaces and earrings. Verily, I will this very moment go to my tailor to order a much wider ruff.
Good luck, dude. I shall have my tunic bedazzled with 2 jewels and spangles, nay, 3.
Alice but she likes a drink. She does care not what you think. Her head may end up down the sink, but Alice cares not what you think.
Good day, Mistress Black. What brings you?
Oh, Dr. Foreman, I have worked myself into such a state that I have urgent need of you.
Oh, you have you? Well then, let me just,
Yea, I have urgent need of your counsel. I am certain that my husband Blarg is hiding a shameful secret from me. As you doubtless did note from my flushedness of face and heaving of bosom, I burn with the fever of suspicion and curiosity.
Indeed, I did remark a fever upon your person, and wish fervently that I may bring it to a speedy resolution. Let us see. What is this secret that your husband Thomas Blarg hides from you?
It appears that Alice is to inherit wealth one day. Alice's husband serves his wife and family well through his frugal management of their affairs. The secret relates to a sudden transformation in fortune. Surely this refers to the Spanish treasure expedition Alice's husband invested in, but would it be right to reveal what I know to Alice? Alice's husband has been carelessly optimistic with the family's fortunes. Alice's husband business instincts are misdirected. I think that is not a correct sentence. I see intelligence, authority. Yes, verily, Alice is impressed by my authority and intelligence. A religious romance? How close are we to getting his... not very. I mean, this is the truth, and we uphold the beliefs and being honest with our... do we? I think we kind of... Yeah, fuck it, let's lie to the wife.
Cease your agitations and tribulations, dear woman. You doubt your husband wrongfully, for he is a paragon of discipline and virtue and hides no secret shame. Be glad, for Thomas Blarg's careful management of the family finances will one day make you a wealthy widow. And now, while we're on the topic of shameful secrets, perchance we may...
Huzzah! By my honour, it is excellent while my suspicions are unfounded. I will now hasten to the thirsty fish to fate this wondrous news.
Indeed. If my husband be frugal, it explains why he always telling me to order fewer bottles of wine.
Alas for little, such sorrows she has borne, since she was made alive. She has much to mourn. Tis vexing, tis she has borne.
Good day, Mistress Delamere.
Good day, Dr. Foreman. 'Tis Lady Dyer now. I remarried after poor Mr. Delamere passed.
Verily? Oh, I am full sorry to hear of your husband's demise, my lady.
'Twas his weak heart, as you did warn me. John collapsed and died at a mask ball, for someone, we know not whom, came to the ball dressed as a monstrous spider. Poor Mr. Delamere. He was always so afeard of spiders.
Oh, what a ghastly business. You must have been most distressed.
Yes, I was. So I hope you will understand why I worry for the health of my new husband, Lord Dyer. Mayhap 'tis naught at all, and yet...
And yet you would wish to know so that you may rest easier. Why, of course, my lady. Pray, describe Lord Dyer's troubles to me, no matter how trifling they may seem to you.
Well, I have noted that my husband awakens many times in the night to make water. Mayhap 'tis the reason why he tires so easily during the day. And he does oft complain of thirst and hunger, even after meals.
Frequent urination, tiredness, dog-like appetite and thirst. Be there anything else?
There is also a small wound on his hand. It does not appear grave, yet it has not healed, even though it be some weeks since he cut himself.
A wound that will not heal. Then let us see what the stars have to say. Be there any grave illness troubling Mr. John Delamere?
Methinks you mean Lord Henry Dyer, Dr. Foreman.
I beseech your pardon, my lady. What illness troubles Lord Henry Dyer?
Is troubled with the diabetes. He's been bewitched. Has gangrene in the hand, characterized by an inflammation caused by corrupted blood. So, gangrene or diabetes. I think we'll go with diabetes.
It seemed Lord Dyer suffers from the diabetes. 'Tis a grave case of it, I am afeard.
God mend me. Then how am I to keep my husband from dying of it?
Well, the consumption of lettuce seeds and barley water can help, and you must not allow him to take honey or sweetmeats. In truth, I am a little concerned about the wound on his lordship's hand, though it be minor. 'Tis the diabetes that prevents it from healing.
Oh, then what should be done about it?
Take Lord Dyer to a barber surgeon, where he may have leeches applied to his wound. This will draw out the corrupt blood to hasten the healing. But prithee, be sure that your husband never cuts himself again, for the corruption of blood such cuts occasion in a sufferer of the diabetes, well, they oftentimes prove fatal.
Oh, then I shall do precisely as you advised, Dr. Foreman. I thank ye heartily, sir. Good day.
Honey, sweetmeats, cuts.
Here comes Baby's Alan. She must have fallen still. Why else would she have come here? Mayhap she's gravely ill.
Good day, Mistress Allen. I hear a child was lately born to you. I trust he is well?
Yes, indeed. God has favoured us with a healthy boy. He is a true blessing to Mr. Allen and me. And we pray he remains so. That is, that this child remains in good health. And as I do ail of something, Normally I would not have come, but methinks 'tis best I am treated, for the sake of Marmaduke, lest he take ill from me.
I see. Then pray describe your troubles to me, Mistress Allen.
Well, in truth, 'tis but a cough, but indeed at first I thought 'twas naught but a chilly cold, but 'tis many weeks now, and it lingers still. Forsooth, I am afeard it does grow worse.
Many weeks, you say? Aye, that is most concerning. Let us see what the stars have to say. What ails Mistress Avis Allen, and how may she be cured?
Has a grave case of mattering in the breast. Has been bewitched and is in mortal danger. I'm not going to say that she's bewitched.
Before I complete my judgment, madam, I must ask a question of, medical relevance. Who is the true father of your...
God mend me, Simon! You would plague me with your suspicious fancies even now, in my very hour of need. Have you no thought for my son and my... I am full sick of your jealous delusions. Oh, verily, I should never have come. I will bid ye good day now, Simon.
But would you not wish to know what ails you?
I indeed, I would. Which is why I will be finding myself another doctor.
That's not what I picked. I will find myself a true physician, a doctor who has a medical license. That's fine. I have your letter of recommendation already, so I don't need you.
When the story seems bold, crucial facts left untold.
When the story seems bold, crucial facts left untold.
When Foreman protesties, he has pushed to the testes.
Ferraro, Signor Ferraro.
Good day, Signor Ferraro. How may I do you service?
How may you do me service, huh? 'Tis the question, is it not? I do hear you offer many different services, huh? Not just in medicine, for you are a dottore of a special kind, one who gives answers to all the problems, see?
Forsooth, 'tis true, Signor. In my practice, I endeavour to treat the whole man, mind, body, soul, the location of his missing household items. All are connected at a holistic level.
Because they believed that
come
witchcraft
about
was
a problem
real,
that does
especially in the
not pertain to a
1600s.
bodily complaint.
See, this is my mama. She does worry night and day. She say, Ricardo, you must go to the wise man who reads the stars and have him tell you what your future holds. I say, Mama, if it'll make you happy, I will go to Signor Foreman and ask him.
I see. And is there any particular reason for your mother to be thus concerned? Be you faced with some kind of imminent danger?
A particular reason, you say? Nay, Signor, she needs no reason to worry. Mia madre is an Italian mama.
Ah, yes, of course.
You see now, huh? She is not like these London mamas who make the children live in a cupboard with the dog.
Well, then, mayhap the stars might offer your devoted mother some comfort. What does the future hold for Riccardo Ferraro and his mother?
Riccardo Ferraro is not being honest, and soon his deceptions may be discovered. Riccardo Ferraro is an authority figure who holds a position of responsibility at a learned institution. My relationship with Signor Riccardo is about to undergo a sudden transformation. A young man who is in a relationship with Signor Ferraro's mother is a hypocrite who will betray her. Ferraro will one day inherit an agreeable son from his mother. The Ferraro family is frugal. This includes Signora Ferraro, who has carefully managed his personal fortune. Or we're gonna go with A.
I am afeard these stars reveal information of a most disturbing nature.
Verily?
Aye. When you first came to me, you did tell me that you worked in trade. And yet my chart very plainly indicates that you are an authority figure, connected with a learned institution over which you hold a position of responsibility. Indeed, it would seem that you are not who you say you are. Do you deny it, Signor?
Oh, sirrah! You would accuse me of calling myself something I am not? Look at you, sirrah, a charlatan who would call himself a doctor. You are naught but a pretender.
Fie, sir. It is you who are the pretender. For 'tis clear you are not the merchant of Venice you pretend to be. Who are you? What is your true name, sir?
You will know it in time, sirrah, for we shall meet again. I bid you good day, Dr. Foreman.
You now have all the information I need for my report. Oh no, he's from the church. Sir, it is with much sorrow that I write to inform you of the death of my dear wife, Avis. What? She died? That I write to inform you of the death of my dear wife, Avis, these 2 days past. Her new doctor could not save her, even though he held a medical license and was thus highly skilled. Although you are no longer my wife's doctor, I am grateful for the kindness you've shown Avis over the years, and I know she has too. Indeed, she spoke of you in her final words, saying, "Oh, Simon, forgive me, Simon," or something of the like. Doubtless this expression of guilt was in reference to a bill for your service that she had not yet settled. For like my poor wife, to have been thinking of her obligations to others until her very last breath, I enclose with this missive the sum of 1 shilling and beg your forgiveness for late payment. Your most assured friend, William Allen. Oh.
Weep not fond, my love, thy tears, for you and Davy shed good years. Waste no more hours on earth and shame. 'Tis time to find someone to blame.
But why did you not let me save you, Avis? Why did you entrust your precious life to another doctor? An ignorant impostor who knows not how to read the stars to judge an illness. Oh, my beloved Avis. Why did you die before I had the chance to?
I caused this tragedy by being aggressive and careless in my behavior towards Avis. God is punishing me for not having been a more pleasant romantic partner for Avis. Well, no, this certainly can't be my fault. Lies and rumors circulated about Avis concerning her Catholic faith, and mayhap even our affair provoked anxious passions that exasperated her illness. Avis lavished such attention and care on her child she neglected her own health. Avis's surprising decision to see a new doctor led to her death. Avis's death was the fault of a licensed doctor with a medical degree. Absolutely, it was the doctor's fault. It couldn't have been mine.
Verily, then 'tis as I thought. My Avis was a victim of London's corrupt medical establishment.
Those doctors
star
with their
brought down by a
science.
so-called doctor who hides his lack of skill behind a mere piece of parchment with the words medical license writ upon it. A qualification granted him by men of the College of Physicians with whom he doubtless went to school. Fie upon the lot of them! May God punish that band of quacksalvers for the suffering they have wrought, and if not God, then why? I shall avenge you, Avis. Mark me, my dearest love. I shall make those doctors pay for their crimes.
Oh, Avis, if I summon my spirit guides to aid me, would you consent to speak to me from beyond the grave?
When you are shook by something in a book where it says that you might have some remedy, see Dr. Foreman, be sure to inform him you have it on very good authority.
Good day, Mr. Mugg. What brings you?
I am exceeding ill, Dr. Foreman. Verily I am. And you know my wife. She is refusing to hear anything about it. 'Tis but another of your delusions, Nicholas, she says. She will not even look at it.
Look at what? Oh, I see. You may pull up your breeches now. Pray let me examine you more closely. Raise your chin, if you please. Now, loosen your garter and remove your stocking. I am afeard this verily is grave. Most grave indeed.
'Tis? Verily?
I believe so, but we must have it confirmed by the stars. Let us consult them now. What explains these swellings that have arisen on various parts of Nicholas Mugg's body?
Not even going to give me a... Scrofula, disease characterized by swellings and nodules around the lymph nodes and behind the knees. Mugg has the plague, a disease characterized by swellings and boils behind the ears, under the armpits, and in the groin. Yeah, sure. We know how to cure the plague, so...
You are gravely ill with the plague. It is oft fatal, but you are in good hands. For during the Great Plague of '92, I was able to save many a soul from the grave with my famous strong water. A moment, if you please, while I retrieve it from my cabinet. But, sir, unhand it, sir. The dosage is very precise. You must not... nay, not the whole bottle. Ye gods, man, what have you done?
Methinks I am dying.
Oh, woe! A fatal dose! Alas, I am sorry for it, sir, but you were never meant to drink so much of it. Oh, may God forgive me.
Nay, do not blame yourself, Doctor. Thank ye heartily, for at last all shall know, my wife, my friends, how wrong they were, and how I did speak true.
Please sign your name on this letter of recommendation.
Oh, curse it, where is that feckless manservant of mine? William! Go forth and fetch the vicar!
Damn it.
Mr. Foreman, you have been called before this assembly of the College of Physicians to answer the charge of practicing medicine without a medical license. What have you to say in your defense? Would you deny practicing medicine, sir?
Why, no, I would not deny it. My practice is well known. Indeed, since I helped cure the plague of '92 with my strong water...
Then you admit you have committed this most grievous offence.
Ah, well, 'tis true I'm not technically licensed, but I fail to see how...
You fail to see? Then permit me to enlighten you,
sir.
Oh,
he's in the same outfit.
A medical license assures the residents of London that a physician has the necessary education and skill to treat them. By practicing without qualification, you have not only broken the law, you have endangered the lives of your patients. Indeed, we have received reports that a man by the name of Nicholas Mugg, a wig maker of Silver Street, has lately died under your care.
Aye, well, that was most lamentable, but not my fault, sir. Mr. Mugg took a far greater dose of my strong water than I advised him to. He chose the dosage himself. In truth, one might say that the cause of death in this instance was, well, Nicholas Mugg practicing without a medical license.
Silence, Mr. Foreman! Your impudent japery may well be suffered by your patients, but it will not be tolerated here.
I do apologize, Mr. Smith.
Besides the death of this patient, we have gathered ample evidence of your malpractice, Mr. Foreman. Indeed, we have had this illegal operation of yours under observation for quite some time.
'Twas you, Riccardo Ferraro, the merchant from Venice. All along he was you, Richard Smith, the Queen's royal physician. Then I take it, Mr. Smith, you were unsatisfied with the medical care I gave you?
Sir, we are well aware of your occult practices. What you so boldly call medical care was naught but advice conjured up by means of dark magic. You have no understanding of physic or astrology.
But my knowledge of both physic and astrology is unparalleled.
If that is so, then doubtless you will happily submit to having your knowledge examined before this assembly.
Which planet or star represents authority? Oh, fuck, I don't know. I haven't been reading. I hear Mars a lot, so... And Mercury? Men are from Mars and women are from... That's not astrology. Phlegm is cold and moist. Which zodiac rules over the pretty V parts? Oh, Scorpio. I do know
Silence!
that.
Simon Foreman, you have failed. Constable, shackle this man and take him from hence to jail.
But, sir, this is most unjust. Pray afford me the chance to... unhand me, you rogue.
Oh, well, I'm going to prison. Sir, I'm happy to inform you that I have secured your release from jail by way of my friendship with Mistress Maud Smith, wife of the principal or president of the College of Physicians. We have contrived to have her husband believe that you enjoyed the favor of John Whitgift, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and that the Archbishop plans to grant you a medical license. But whilst you will be freed this day, our rules will not last long, for Maud says the college intends to write to the Archbishop to warn him that you are a charlatan and to urge him not to grant you a license. Your most assured friend and querent, Alice Blogg.
Alice Blogg, she feels no shame, and forsooth is she to blame. If we were her, we'd do the same. Alice Blogg, she feels no shame.
Good day, Mistress Blogg. Before we start, I must thank you for having used your influence to help me resolve my recent difficulties.
Say nothing of it. Those doctors and their College of Physicians. Naught but a band of piss-pot sniffing bullies, so they are. Besides, I needed you out of prison so that you might read the stars for me.
I see. And what would you have me advise you on?
What know you of Richard Bancroft, the Bishop of London?
Not much, in truth. But I did attend the Easter service at St. Paul's. I found the bishop's sermon on the virtues of chastity and abstinence most compelling. Why, you know him well?
Not very well as yet. I was seated beside him at an Episcopal dinner Saturday last. We discoursed a while. Bishop Bancroft is a most charming man. But there was a moment when we did both reach for the brandy decanter. Our eyes met and I felt something.
'Twas a spark between you and the bishop? You felt a certain frisson in the air?
Nay, I felt a certain hand up my skirts, more like.
His Grace put his hand up your skirts! Madam, may I say how...
Save your congratulations, Foreman. The bishop's not in the bag yet. Hence why I am come to you. Now that I have piqued his interest, I would have the stars tell me how to secure it.
Then you wish to pursue an amorous affair with Bishop Bancroft. But what of your husband, Dean Blogg?
Oh, do not speak to me of my husband. Thomas Blogg is not fit to secure his wife's future. He is not fit for many of his marital duties, truth be told. And had you read the stars correctly, you might have warned me of such.
Oops.
As it was, I had to learn the truth of our financial ruin by bribing my husband's chaplain with a pie.
A pie, no less. I am heartily sorry for your trouble, madam.
Aye, well, 'tis best not to dwell on it. Let us press on with this day's reading, if you please.
Of course. Let us consult the stars. How may Mistress Blogg secure the lasting affections of Richard Bancroft, the Bishop of London?
Alice should commit adultery with the bishop while he is away from home. Alice should lie to the bishop by telling him she is with child, his child. If Alice changes her approach and exercises constraint, good angels will aid her in her plans. Alice's chance of romantic success will be enhanced if she adopts a quiet, demure manner. The responsible thing to do would be to tell Alice some hard truths and afford her some perspective. Her reaction to this, however, might be unpredictable. Engaging in sin would go against Alice's Christian instincts. Alice is being careless with her husband's legacy. We'll go with B.
The stars advise you to conduct your wooing of the Bishop Bancroft with constraint and discipline. You must be strict. Allow him no intimacies.
I see. Keep the bishop's hands off me till he begs for it. Until he be driven so mad with lust he would offer anything for a tumble.
'Tis one interpretation, certainly. 'Tis true that Lady Anne Boleyn found success with such a stratagem in her pursuit of the late King Henry Tudor. At least, up to a point.
Aye, poor lady. Be there anything else?
My chart does also advise you to adopt a manner that is quiet, gentle, and demure.
Verily, I will not lie, this is beginning to sound like a cod's load of work. Mayhap I play dumb with the bishop and merely nod and smile at everything he says. But 'tis the stratagem used by Jane Seymour, I believe. And unlike Anne Boleyn, she bagged her king without losing her head, did she not?
I don't know. I'm sorry, what? Coitus post consultatio? I did? Yes, your grace, nay, your grace. Pray remove your hand, your grace. Needs must, but bugger this for a lark.
Lancelot more, lovely his passion, lacking in mind, fulsome in fashion, the unwise truth, suppose he must have, he yet persists in chasing the scat.
Good day, sir, and well met. Oh, pray tell, did you secure the hand of the golden-haired maiden?
Yea, verily I did. But 'twas through luck alone, for though your advice to impress her with jewels and manly pursuits was most excellent wise, she took ill against me. She even called me a peacocking bear-botherer. But luckily, her father shares my love of rough sports and was greatly impressed by my semblance of wealth. He promised me her hand in marriage, and I was made the happiest of men.
Then I must congratulate you on your
And why did I
forthcoming
get
nuptials.
negative?
Will you be having a summer wedding, or...?
Congratulate me? Do not congratulate me, Foreman, for I am the unhappiest of men. It was but a day after our engagement was announced that my love became afflicted with the smallpox. Naturally, I was all a terror. Would she perish? So wretched was I with fear, I almost died of fright.
Aye, naturally. Smallpox is a most terrible disease. I intend to write a small treatise on the subject.
But then, alas! Fate struck the cruelest of blows upon my soul.
Oh, verily. Poor girl. May she rest in peace. Or re-squeeze in pace, as we Latin scholars say.
What? Nay, death would have been a mercy. For once cured, the maid arose from her sickbed bearing hideous scars. Her once fair cheeks, thus so cratered, to make the very moon wane with envy.
I see. And now you wish to extract yourself from your engagement, I presume.
Naturally. But her brother and father are fearsome men with a taste for rough sports, and her mother's tongue is as sharp as a barber's blade. I worry that my breach of promise may be taken ill.
Then let me see if I may fathom the family's reaction from the stars. What will become of breaking your engagement to this once fair, now pox-scarred maid?
Moore has cause for hope regarding the young lady's forgiveness. The maiden will bear the disillusion of her engagement with quiet grace. The maiden's father is being careless with his legacy. Indeed, it was most careless of him to betroth his daughter to such a mop-headed snatch-grabber. It would be intelligent to seek resolution in a foreign country. God's punishment is on the way, with Neptune and Mars bringing confusion and war. Moore's breach of promise may result in a sudden change of fortune, his death. No, I'm sure she'll be fine with it because she probably doesn't want to marry him anyway.
Ah, good tidings! While the family may well take your decision ill, good angels guide them toward restraint and discipline in their actions. The maid herself
will endure it with quiet forbearance.
Quiet forbearance? By the saints, what a wondrous creature is she! Verily, I am disappointed that I must break off with her, for truly there is no mountain I would not climb, no trial I would not endure to wed a maid of so sweet a disposition. But I must be brave, and go at once to break the news to her.
How long will this wretched business take? I pray there be time to take on a play afterwards. Alright, and with it being so close to end time, we will stop here and continue Sunday morning. Again, it is Saturday, so no evening stream, but I will have something hopefully to announce on Twitter a little bit later. A little fun stream project that I am hoping to do. So keep an eye on my Twitter, as I'm going to hopefully announce that later today. And I will bring it up on stream later as well. Thank you so much, everybody who spent their time with me. I appreciate you. This is a fun little game. And hopefully, not hopefully, but you know what I mean. We'll be finished with it after, and we'll continue on to a viewer-submitted game of Hades afterwards. But this is a fun little, cute little game. And a lot of passion went into the singing and the music, and I like that a lot. It's fun. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend, a great rest of your Saturday, and I hope to see you all again soon. Thank you so much for spending your time with me. I'm going to run a couple of minutes of ads, if you'd be so kind as to just mute the stream and go about your day while they play. It helps me out so much, and I hope to see you all again sometime soon. Have a good weekend, everybody. Bye-bye.